Emotional Armor, Simple Stoic Techniques to Master Your Feelings Now. Chapter 1. What is emotional armor, and what it's not? The first rule is to keep an untroubled spirit. The second is to look things in the face and know them for what they are. Marcus Aurelius. Imagine this. You are stuck in gridlock traffic. You are already running late for an important meeting, and now every tick of the clock feels like a hammer blow against your sanity. Your knuckles whiten on the steering wheel, your jaw clenches, and a familiar heat rises in your chest. Angry thoughts race through your mind. This is ridiculous. Why does this always happen to me? That idiot just cut me off. My whole day is ruined. You honk futilely, maybe mutter a curse under your breath, and arrive at your destination flustered, stressed, and unable to focus, the negativity poisoning the rest of your day. Or consider this. You receive an unexpected email containing critical feedback on a project you poured your heart into. Immediately, your stomach plummets. Defensive thoughts flood in. They don't understand the context. They're just being picky. Maybe I'm not cut out for this. You feel a sting of embarrassment, a surge of resentment, or perhaps a wave of self-doubt washes over you, making it hard to see the feedback objectively or respond constructively. You might lash out, withdraw, or spend hours ruminating, letting the criticism derail your confidence and productivity. One more. Scrolling through social media, you see curated images of friends' seemingly perfect lives, exotic vacations, happy families, career triumphs. A familiar pang of envy or inadequacy hits you. You start comparing your own messy reality to their highlight reel, feeling vaguely dissatisfied, anxious, or like you're somehow falling behind. That feeling lingers, subtly coloring your mood and perception long after you've closed the app. Do any of these scenarios sound familiar? They are common skirmishes in the daily battleground of our emotional lives. We are constantly bombarded by external events and internal reactions that threaten our peace of mind. Deadlines loom, relationships hit rough patches. Bad news arrives, plans go awry, and our own thoughts can turn against us. In this relentless barrage, it often feels like our emotions are wild horses dragging us wherever they please, leaving us feeling exhausted, reactive, and out of control. We long for calm, for resilience, for the ability to face life's inevitable challenges without being emotionally shattered. This is where the concept of emotional armor comes in, forging your inner defense. What exactly is emotional armor? Let's be clear from the outset. It is not about building an impenetrable, unfeeling wall around your heart. It's not about becoming a robot devoid of passion or empathy. It's not about suppressing your feelings until you explode or pretending that negative emotions don't exist. Those are recipes for psychological disaster, leading to disconnection, burnout, and often a more significant emotional reckoning down the line. Instead, think of emotional armor as a sophisticated, flexible, and intelligent defense system for your mind. It's like the finely crafted, articulated plate armor of a skilled knight, strong enough to deflect blows, yet flexible enough to allow for movement, awareness, and skillful action. It's built not from cold steel, but from understanding. Recognizing why you feel what you feel. Tracing emotions back to their root judgments and beliefs. Perspective. Seeing events clearly without the distortion of irrational fear, anger, or desire. Rational response. Choosing how to act based on reason and values rather than being driven by impulse. Resilience. Bouncing back from setbacks with strength and learning rather than being crushed by them. Inner calm. Cultivating a core of tranquility that remains steady even when external circumstances are chaotic. Emotional armor is the capacity to experience the full spectrum of human emotion. Joy, grief, anger, love, fear, but to do so with wisdom and self-awareness. It allows you to acknowledge difficult feelings without being overwhelmed by them. It empowers you to act constructively, even when you feel distressed. It's the difference between being a helpless raft tossed on the waves of emotion and being the skilled captain of your own ship, navigating those same waves with purpose and direction. It's about forging an inner fortress, a citadel of the mind that safeguards your well-being and allows you to engage with the world from a position of strength and clarity. What emotional armor is not. To truly grasp what we're aiming for, it's equally important to understand what emotional armor isn't. Many common coping mechanisms might seem like forms of protection, but they are often counterproductive, creating more problems than they solve. Emotional armor is not Zone 1. Suppression. This is the attempt to consciously push down or ignore unwanted feelings. You clench your jaw, swallow the angry retort, pretend you're fine when you're not. While occasional restraint is necessary, chronic suppression is like holding a beach ball underwater. It takes immense effort, and eventually the feeling bursts forth unexpectedly, often with greater force. Suppressed emotions can manifest as physical ailments, headaches, stomach issues, anxiety, depression, or sudden outbursts. Emotional armor, by contrast, involves acknowledging and processing emotions, not denying them. 2. Numbness or apathy. This isn't strength, it's a shutdown. It's deciding that feeling anything is too risky or painful, leading to a state of detachment from yourself, others, and life itself. While it might offer temporary relief from pain, it also blocks joy, connection, and meaning. Emotional armor aims for tranquility, a state of rational calm, not the deadness of apathy. It allows for appropriate feeling, guided by reason. 3. Endless venting. While talking about feelings can be helpful, simply spewing negativity without reflection or seeking solutions often reinforces distress. Ranting about how unfair things are or how awful someone is can feel momentarily cathartic, but typically entrenches negative thought patterns and prevents constructive action. Emotional armor encourages self-reflection and problem-solving, not just emotional dumping. 4. Avoidance. Steering clear of situations, people, or thoughts that trigger difficult emotions might seem like self-protection, but it shrinks your world. Avoiding challenges prevents growth, limits opportunities, and often increases anxiety about the very things you're trying to evade. Emotional armor equips you to face difficulties with courage and skill, not run from them. 5. Cynicism or constant pessimism. Adopting a perpetually negative outlook. Everything is terrible. Nothing will ever work out. People are inherently selfish. Might feel like a defense against disappointment, but it's a bleak and self-fulfilling prophecy. It drains energy, damages relationships, and blinds you to potential good. Emotional armor fosters realism and perspective, allowing you to see things clearly, both the good and the bad, without succumbing to despair. 6. Aggression or defensiveness. Lashing out when feeling threatened or criticized is a primal defense mechanism, but it rarely solves problems and often escalates conflict. It stems from insecurity and a lack of inner control. Emotional armor provides the inner stability to receive feedback or face conflict without crumbling or attacking, allowing for calm, assertive, and rational responses. True emotional armor isn't about building higher walls. It's about developing better skills within the walls of your mind. It's an active, intelligent process of engagement with your inner world, not a passive retreat or a brittle defense. Why now? The urgency of inner resilience. Perhaps people have always needed emotional resilience. Life has never been without its share of suffering, loss, and difficulty. Yet there's a compelling argument to be made that the need for a robust emotional armor is more acute today than ever before. We live in an age of unprecedented speed, complexity, and stimulation. Consider the unique pressures of modern life. Information overload. We are drowning in data-constant news cycles, often negative, endless emails, social media feeds demanding our attention. Our brains struggle to process this deluge, leading to mental fatigue, anxiety, and a feeling of being perpetually overwhelmed. The comparison trap. Social media presents highly curated, often unrealistic versions of reality. It's incredibly easy to fall into the trap of comparing our ordinary lives, with all their mundane struggles, to others' highlight reels, fueling feelings of inadequacy, envy, and dissatisfaction, FOMO, fear of missing out. Constant connectivity, pressure to perform. Technology blurs the lines between work and life. Many feel pressured to be always on, responsive at all hours, constantly productive, and projecting an image of success and competence, leading to burnout and chronic stress. Economic uncertainty, fluctuating job markets, the rising cost of living, and concerns about the future create a baseline level of financial anxiety for many. Rapid change. The pace of technological, social, and environmental change can feel destabilizing, making it harder to find solid ground or predict what's next. Without effective emotional armor, navigating this landscape is incredibly taxing. The costs of lacking inner resilience are steep. Chronic anxiety, depression, burnout, damaged physical health. Stress impacts everything from sleep to immunity. Poor decision-making, acting from fear or anger. Strained relationships, and a diminished sense of overall well-being and life satisfaction. We react impulsively, ruminate endlessly, worry excessively, and find our inner peace constantly disturbed. We become vulnerable to manipulation, swayed by fleeting trends, and lose touch with our own values and sense of purpose. Building emotional armor is no longer a luxury. It's a fundamental skill for navigating the complexities of the 21st century and living a stable, fulfilling life. It's the key to reclaiming your focus, protecting your mental energy, and finding calm amidst the chaos. The ancient key. Introducing Stoicism. So, how do we forge this essential armor? We don't need to reinvent the wheel. The blueprints have existed for over 2,000 years, crafted by some of history's wisest minds. We turn to Stoicism. When you hear Stoic, you might picture someone stern, emotionless, passively enduring hardship, the caricature we discussed earlier. But the true philosophy of Stoicism is far richer, more nuanced, and profoundly practical. Born in Athens around 300 BCE with Zeno of Citium teaching from a public colonnade, the Stoa Poikile, or painted porch, hence the name. Stoicism flourished for centuries, guiding emperors and slaves alike. Its most famous proponents lived during the Roman Empire. Seneca, a wealthy playwright, statesman, and advisor to the Emperor Nero. Epictetus, born a slave who later became an influential teacher, emphasizing the power of our inner freedom, and Marcus Aurelius, arguably the most powerful man in the world at the time, who wrote his Meditations, personal reflections on applying Stoic principles while leading military campaigns on the frontiers of the Roman Empire. What united these diverse figures was a shared commitment to a practical philosophy for living well. At its core, Stoicism teaches that the key to eudaimonia, a state of flourishing virtue and rational well-being, lies not in external circumstances, but in our inner world. It argues that destructive emotions like anger, fear, and overwhelming grief stem not directly from events themselves, but from the judgments we make about those events. Traffic doesn't make you angry. Your judgment, "This is terrible, I shouldn't be delayed," does. Criticism doesn't make you feel inadequate. Your judgment, "This means I'm a failure," does. Stoicism, therefore, offers a revolutionary path to emotional mastery. Focus relentlessly on what is within your control, primarily your thoughts, judgments, desires, and actions, and learn to accept with equanimity what is not in your control. Everything else, including other people's actions, your health, to a degree, your reputation, and external events. It champions 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, understanding the world and our place in it; justice, treating others fairly; courage, facing challenges rationally; and temperance, moderation and self-control. It encourages us to live in accordance with nature, both our own rational human nature and the rational order of the cosmos. This isn't about passive resignation. It's about directing your energy intelligently. Why waste precious mental resources raging against things you cannot change? Instead, the Stoics advise, focus on perfecting your character and responding to events, whatever they may be, with virtue and reason. This philosophy provides the intellectual framework and the practical techniques, the hammer and forge needed to build your emotional armor, the path ahead, your toolkit for tranquility. This book is designed to be your companion and guide on the journey to forging your own emotional armor using the timeless wisdom of Stoicism. We won't get bogged down in obscure academic debates. Our focus will be squarely on the practical application of Stoic principles to the real emotional challenges you face every day. In the chapters that follow, we will unpack the core techniques hinted at in the introduction. We'll master the dichotomy of control, learning to liberate ourselves by focusing only on what is truly ours to manage. We'll practice negative visualization, preparing our minds for adversity to reduce its impact. We'll cultivate the view from above, gaining perspective to shrink our problems. We'll embrace Amor Fati, learning to accept and even love whatever life throws our way. We'll develop cognitive distancing, observing our thoughts without being ruled by them. We'll explore virtue as the sole good, anchoring our happiness in our character. We will explore how to apply these tools to specific situations, like dealing with difficult people, handling setbacks, and navigating the pressures of modern life. We'll also discuss how to integrate these practices into a sustainable daily routine, building resilience layer by layer. This is not a quick fix or a magic pill. Building emotional armor, like any worthwhile skill, requires conscious effort, consistent practice, and patience with yourself. There will be times you falter, times old emotional habits resurface. That's part of the process. The goal isn't perfection, but progress is steady strengthening of your inner citadel, a growing capacity to meet life with greater calm, courage, and wisdom. The promise of this journey isn't a life free from difficulty that's impossible. The promise is the development of an inner strength that allows you to face difficulty without being broken by it. It's the promise of reclaiming control over your inner world, finding a durable sense of peace regardless of external storms, and ultimately living a more rational, resilient, and fulfilling life. Are you ready to begin construction? Let's lay the first stone. Chapter 2. Your Inner World. The Stoic View of Emotions. Today I escaped from anxiety, or no, I discarded it, because it was within me, in my own perceptions, not outside. Marcus Aurelius. In the last chapter, we introduced the concept of emotional armor, not as a way to numb ourselves, but as a resilient, flexible shield built from understanding, perspective, rational response, and inner calm. We identified the urgent need for such armor in our often chaotic modern world and pointed towards the ancient practical wisdom of Stoicism as our guide and toolkit. We touched upon a cornerstone of Stoic thought, the revolutionary idea that our emotional disturbances often stem not directly from external events, but from the judgments we make about those events. Now we delve deeper into this crucial insight. If our goal is to manage our feelings effectively, we first need to understand them from the Stoic perspective. How did these ancient philosophers view the turbulent landscape of human emotion? What did they believe causes feelings like anger, fear, grief, and overwhelming desire? And most importantly, what alternative did they propose? Prepare to explore your inner world through a lens that might initially seem counterintuitive but holds profound power for transformation. This chapter unpacks the Stoic view of emotions, distinguishing between different types of feelings and revealing the mechanism by which they take hold, a mechanism that contains the very key to our emotional freedom. Not all feelings are created equal. First movements versus full-blown passions. Let's start by addressing a common misconception. Did the Stoics believe we should never feel anything? Should we aspire to be completely unmoved like statues, regardless of circumstances? Absolutely not. The Stoics were astute observers of human nature, and they recognized that some initial involuntary reactions are simply part of our physiological makeup. Imagine you're walking down a quiet street in Cebu City, perhaps near the historic Magellan's Cross, enjoying the warm evening air. Suddenly, a motorcycle backfires loudly right behind you. You jump, your heart pounds, adrenaline surges. This is an involuntary physical and mental reaction. The Stoics called these kinds of initial responses propatheiae, often translated as first movements or pre-emotions. These include things like startling blushing, turning pale, slight trembling, or the initial pang of feeling you might get upon hearing unexpected news. These first movements, the Stoics argued, are largely outside our direct control. They are natural reflexes, the body's immediate response to stimuli before the rational mind fully engages. Trying to suppress these is futile and unnecessary. Epictetus, the former slave-turned-Stoic master, acknowledged that even a wise person might momentarily turn pale or flinch when faced with a sudden perceived danger. The crucial difference lies in what happens next. The Stoic focus wasn't on eliminating these unavoidable first movements, but on preventing them from escalating into full-blown, irrational emotional states they called the pathe, singular patho. These are often translated as the passions, not in the modern sense of enthusiasm, but in the older sense of suffering, of being acted upon, of emotions that overwhelm reason and lead us astray. It is these passions, intense anger, crippling anxiety, consuming grief, obsessive desire that constitute the weak points in our emotional armor. And it is these that Stoicism provides the tools to manage and ultimately transform. The four horsemen of the emotional apocalypse. Understanding the passions. Pathe. According to the Stoics, the passions are not just intense feelings. They are fundamentally errors in judgment. They are excessive, irrational impulses, contrary to nature and right reason, that arise when we assent to false beliefs about what is truly good and evil in the world. They believed we suffer emotionally, not because bad things happen, but because we judge things that are ultimately indifferent, outside our control, neither truly good nor truly bad for our character, as being absolutely terrible, or things that are merely preferable as being absolutely essential for our happiness. The Stoics categorized the passions into four primary types, based on whether the false judgment concerned a present or future situation, and whether it was judged as good or evil. 1. Distress, pain. Lupe. The judgment of present evil. This category encompasses emotions arising from the belief that something bad is happening right now, and that this present situation is truly, fundamentally evil, damaging our capacity to live well. Examples: grief, sorrow, envy, pain at another's perceived good fortune judged as bad for oneself, jealousy, pain at sharing a perceived good, often coupled with suspicion, pity, pain at another's undeserved misfortune, if excessive and based on judging external circumstances as truly evil. Underlying false judgment. This thing happening now, for example, loss of a loved one, financial setback, criticism, another success, is an absolute evil that destroys my well-being. Grief, for instance, while involving natural sadness, becomes a consuming pathos when we judge the loss not just as painful, but as an insurmountable evil that makes a good life impossible. Envy arises from judging another's external success, wealth, fame, as a true good we lack, making our current state seem evil by comparison. 2. Fear, phobos. The judgment of future evil. This category includes emotions stemming from the belief that something bad is going to happen in the future, and that this anticipated event is a true evil. Examples: anxiety, worry, dread, terror, apprehension, cowardice. Underlying false judgment. This potential future event, for example, losing a job, failing an exam, public speaking, illness, death, is an absolute evil that must be avoided at all costs. Chronic anxiety often stems from repeatedly judging potential future setbacks not as challenges to be navigated, but as intolerable evils, leading the mind to constantly scan for threats. Worry is the repetitive mental rehearsal of these feared outcomes based on the judgment of their inherent evil. 3. Lust, craving, epithumia. The judgment of future good. This category covers emotions driven by the belief that something we don't currently possess, but anticipate obtaining in the future, is a true and necessary good. Examples: excessive desire, greed, obsessive longing, addiction, intense ambition for external rewards, fame, power, infatuation, judging the attainment of a specific person as essential for happiness. Underlying false judgment. This future thing I don't have, for example, more money, a specific relationship, a particular status symbol, a certain experience, is an absolute good essential for my happiness, and I must attain it. Greed comes from judging wealth not just as a useful tool, but as a necessary component of the good life. Obsessive longing arises from judging the object of desire as indispensable for fulfillment. 4. Pleasure, delight, hedon. The judgment of present good. This category might seem surprising, as we usually think of pleasure as positive. But the Stoics classified excessive, irrational pleasure as a passion when it arises from the belief that something external or fleeting we possess right now is a true and ultimate good. Examples: irrational exuberance, gloating, malicious delight, schadenfreude, excessive attachment to sensory pleasures, smugness, being overly charmed by flattery. Underlying false judgment. This thing I have or am experiencing now, for example, wealth, praise, sensory gratification, another's misfortune, is an absolute good in itself. Gloating stems from judging one's current success, not just as fortunate, but as proof of inherent superiority, a true good. Being overly attached to fleeting pleasures comes from judging them not as temporary experiences, but as essential components of happiness, leading to distress when they fade. These four passions, fueled by faulty judgments about good and evil, were seen as the primary sources of human misery and irrational behavior. They cloud our reason, disrupt our inner peace, lead to poor decisions, damage our relationships, and prevent us from living virtuously and flourishing. They are the breaches in our emotional armor. The Stoic alternative: cultivating good feelings, eupathei. If the passions are diseases of the soul born from false judgments, what's the cure? Did the Stoics simply advocate for a grim, joyless existence free from passion, but also devoid of positive feeling? Again, no. Their aim was not to eradicate feeling, but to replace the irrational passions with rational, healthy emotions they called eupathei, literally good feelings. These eupathei are not turbulent, excessive, or based on mistaken beliefs about externals. Instead, they are calm, consistent, rational affections that arise naturally in the mind of someone who holds correct judgments about what is truly good and evil, namely, the sage, or the person progressing toward wisdom. The Stoics believed that the only true good is virtue, excellence of character, wisdom, justice, courage, temperance, and the only true evil is vice, the opposite of virtue. Everything else, health, wealth, reputation, pain, poverty, life, death, falls into the category of indifference, things that are not intrinsically good or bad for our moral character, though some might be naturally preferred, like health, and others dispreferred, like illness. Based on this correct understanding of value, the Stoics identified three primary good feelings that correspond to three of the passions, but spring from rational judgment instead of error. 1. Joy, chara, rational elation over present good. This is the healthy counterpart to irrational pleasure, hedon. It's a deep, stable sense of well-being and gladness that arises from recognizing and appreciating the true good that is present, namely one's own virtue, wisdom, and rational understanding or witnessing it in others. It's not dependent on fleeting external circumstances, but on the state of one's own character. Think of the quiet satisfaction of having acted justly, the calm contentment of understanding a difficult truth, or the genuine appreciation for the good character of a friend. It's stable because virtue, unlike external fortune, is always within our power to cultivate. 2. Caution to discretion, eulabeia, rational avoidance of future, dispreferred indifference. This is the healthy counterpart to irrational fear, phobos. It's not about fearing future events as evil, but about exercising rational prudence and foresight regarding things that are naturally dispreferred but not morally bad. A wise person wouldn't fear illness as an evil, but they would exercise caution by taking reasonable steps to maintain their health, eating well, seeking medical advice when needed, because health is generally preferred for living effectively. It's avoiding unnecessary risks, not out of terror, but out of rational judgment about potential hindrances to virtuous action. It lacks the paralyzing, irrational quality of fear. 3. Willing/wishing, belesis, rational desire for future good. This is the healthy counterpart to irrational lust-craving, epithumia. It's the rational aspiration towards the true future good again, virtue both in oneself and in the world. It includes wishing well for others, desiring to act justly and courageously in upcoming situations, and striving for greater wisdom. It's not a desperate craving for external things we mistakenly believe are essential for happiness, but a calm, reasoned intention to pursue moral excellence and contribute to the common good, understanding that the effort towards virtue is good in itself, regardless of the external outcome. Notice there is no direct positive counterpart to distress of pain, lupe. Why? Because from the Stoic perspective, if the only true evil is vice and the only true good is virtue, then a wise person, acting virtuously in the present moment, would have no grounds to judge their present situation as truly evil. They might experience physical pain or loss, dispreferred indifference, but they wouldn't assent to the judgment that these things destroy their capacity for a good life or compromise their character, which is the source of the passion of distress. They would feel appropriate sadness or concern, perhaps, but not the soul-crushing suffering of lupe. The goal of Stoic practice, then, isn't emotional emptiness, apathy in the modern sense, but apatheia in its original meaning, freedom from the irrational passions, allowing the rational eupatheiae a joy, caution, and willing to flourish. It's a state of profound tranquility, resilience, and rational engagement with the world. The gatekeeper of the mind. How assent creates emotion. How does a simple external event transform into either a destructive passion or a healthy feeling? The Stoics offered a brilliantly simple psychological model. It goes like this. 1. Event. Something happens in the world, external or internal, a thought, a memory. Example, someone cut you off in traffic. 2. Impression, fantasia. Your senses and mind register the event, creating an initial mental representation or appearance. This impression might come with an involuntary first movement, a jolt of surprise, a flicker of annoyance. Example, a car just swerved in front of me. This stage is largely passive. 3. Assent, syncatethesis. This is the crucial active stage where your rational faculty evaluates the impression. You decide whether to agree with it, to accept it as true, particularly if the impression carries an implicit value judgment. Example, impression. That driver endangered me and showed disrespect. This is outrageous and intolerable. You can either assent to this judgment, yes, this is truly outrageous and intolerable, or withhold assent. That driver cut me off, which was unsafe and annoying, but it's not an intolerable evil. Perhaps they made a mistake or are rushing for an emergency. My well-being isn't destroyed by this. 4. Impulse emotion, harm. If you assent to an impression carrying a false judgment of good or evil, an irrational impulse or passion arises, urging you to act accordingly. Example, assent to "this is outrageous" leads to the passion of anger, creating an impulse to honk, yell, or tailgate. If you withhold assent from the false value judgment, or assent to a rational evaluation, either no disruptive emotion arises, or a rational feeling, eupatheia, and corresponding rational impulse occurs. Example, withholding assent from outrageous, perhaps assenting to "that was risky driving, I should be cautious," leads to the eupatheia of caution, and an impulse to slow down or change lanes safely. The power lies entirely in that moment of assent. Think of your mind as a fortress and impressions as messengers arriving at the gate. Some messengers just report facts. It's raining. Others arrive shouting value judgments. It's raining, what a terrible day. You, as the gatekeeper, your rational faculty, don't control which messengers arrive, but you absolutely control who you let inside and believe. Do you uncritically accept the judgment that rain makes the day terrible? Or do you examine the message? It's raining. That's a fact. Whether the day is terrible depends on my judgment and response, not the weather itself. Epictetus constantly emphasized this power. What upsets people is not things themselves, but their judgments about things. He urged his students to practice pausing when faced with a disturbing impression and challenging it. You are just an impression and not at all the thing you claim to represent. Let me test you and judge you by my rules. This gap between impression and assent is the space where emotional armor is forged. It's where we exercise our rational freedom. Starting the excavation. Identifying your own false judgments. Understanding this model intellectually is one thing. Applying it is another. The path to transforming passions into good feelings begins with becoming aware of the specific false judgments fueling your emotional disturbances. This requires honest self-observation, like an archaeologist, carefully excavating the layers of their own mind. Here are some practical ways to start this excavation. Emotional journaling. When you experience a strong, disturbing emotion, anger, anxiety, deep sadness, intense craving, take a few moments either then or later to write it down. Describe the situation trigger, the objective event. The specific emotions as you felt. Be precise. The physical sensations associated with the emotion. Crucially, what thoughts or judgments were running through your mind? What were you telling yourself about the situation, about yourself, about others? What did you believe was fundamentally good or bad in that moment? For example, I felt intense anxiety before the presentation because I was judging. If I perform poorly, it will be a disaster, proving I'm incompetent, a true evil, and gaining approval is essential, a true good. The downward arrow technique. When you identify a distressing thought, for example, I can't handle this workload, ask yourself, and if that were true, what would it mean? Or what's so bad about that? Keep asking this question about each subsequent answer. This can help drill down to the underlying core judgment about good or evil. For example, if I can't handle the workload, it means I'll fail. And if I fail, it means I'm worthless, the false judgment of failure as absolute evil. Challenge your judgments. Once you identify a potential judgment fueling a passion, question it using Stoic principles. Is this situation thing truly good or evil in itself, or is it an indifferent? Is this within my complete control or outside of it? Is this judgment rational and in accordance with nature? What would a wise and virtuous person judge in this situation? What is the actual impact on my character and my ability to act virtuously? This process takes practice and patience. You're working against deeply ingrained habits of thought. Be compassionate with yourself, but persistent. The goal isn't instant perfection, but gradual awareness and refinement of your judgments. Conclusion. Reclaiming your inner world. The Stoic view of emotions offers a profound shift in perspective. It tells us that much of our emotional suffering isn't an inevitable consequence of external events, but a product of our own minds, specifically the flawed judgments we assent to about what holds true value. The turbulent passions of distress, fear, lust, and irrational pleasure are symptoms of these mistaken beliefs. But this view is also incredibly empowering. If our judgments are the source of the problem, then refining our judgments is the solution. By learning to pause, examine our impressions, challenge irrational beliefs about good and evil, and consciously cultivate assent only to rational judgments aligned with virtue, we can begin to dismantle the destructive power of the passions. We can start replacing them with the calm, stable, and constructive good feelings, joy and virtue, rational caution, and willingness to do good. This understanding of the inner world, the interplay of impressions, judgments, and emotions lays the foundation for building robust emotional armor. We now see where the work needs to be done, in the space between stimulus and response, in the careful evaluation of our own beliefs. the most fundamental judgment we need to examine, the master key that unlocks so much of Stoic practice, concerns what we truly can and cannot control. And that is precisely where we turn in the next chapter. Chapter 3. The Master Key. Focusing on what you can control. Some things are up to us and some things are not up to us. Our opinions are up to us and our impulses, desires, aversions. In short, whatever is our own doing. Our bodies are not up to us, nor are our possessions, our reputations, or our public offices. In short, whatever is not our own doing. Epictetus and Enchiridion 1.1. In the previous chapter, we journeyed into the Stoic understanding of our inner world. We discovered that the turbulent emotional storms we often experience, the consuming passions of distress, fear, craving, and irrational pleasure, are not random weather patterns, but direct consequences of flawed judgments we make about what is truly good or evil. We learned that the Stoic goal isn't to eliminate feeling, but to replace these destructive passions with rational, healthy emotions like joy, caution, and willingness, cultivated through correct judgment. We saw that the critical point of intervention lies in the moment of assent, our choice to accept or reject the value judgments embedded in our initial impressions. This naturally leads to a fundamental question. If our judgments are so crucial, which judgments matter most? Where should we focus our efforts to gain clarity and build that resilient emotional armor? The Stoics provide a clear, powerful, and profoundly practical answer, encapsulated in a principle so central to their entire system that it can rightly be called the master key to unlocking inner peace and emotional freedom. This is the dichotomy of control. Mastering this distinction, clearly separating what is truly within our power from what lies beyond it, is arguably the single most important skill in the Stoic toolkit. It's the foundation upon which all other techniques rest. It's the lens through which we must view every challenge, every desire, every fear, if we wish to navigate life with wisdom and tranquility. Grasping and consistently applying this principle is like being handed the operating manual for the human condition, revealing where our true power lies and where our efforts are tragically misplaced. The Great Divide. What is truly ours? Epictetus, the Stoic sage who rose from slavery to become one of antiquity's most revered teachers, begins his Enchiridion, or handbook, a concise guide to living a Stoic life, with the stark, unambiguous statement quoted above. Let's unpack its profound simplicity. 1. What is up to us? Within our control. According to Epictetus and the Stoics, the only things that are truly, completely, and unequivocally within our sphere of control are the activities of our own mind, our faculty of reason and choice, prohairesis. This includes our judgments, opinions, dogmata, how we interpret events, situations, and people, whether we deem something good, bad, or indifferent, our beliefs about the world and our place in it, our impulses, harm, intentions, our decisions to move towards or away from something, to act or refrain from acting, our motivations and intentions, our desires, orexis, what we reach for, what we value and seek to attain, our aversions, eklesis, what we try to avoid, what we find repellent or seek to push away. In short, whatever is our own doing, the internal operations of our volition, our rational faculty. These things are inherently free, unimpeded, and entirely our responsibility. No external force can make you hold a certain judgment, desire something against your will, or intend an action you don't choose to intend. Your inner world of thought, judgment, and volition is your sovereign domain. 2. What is not up to us, outside our control? Everything else, literally everything outside the direct sphere of our conscious judgment and volition, falls into this category. This includes a vast range of things we often desperately try to control. Our body, its health, appearance, physical capabilities, aging process, susceptibility to illness or injury and eventual death. We can influence it, but ultimate control is impossible. Our possessions, property, our wealth, house, car, belongings. These can be gained or lost through factors beyond our direct willing, economic downturns, theft, accidents, natural disasters. Our reputation, what other people think or say about us. This depends entirely on their judgments, which are not up to us. Public office status, our job titles, social standing, positions of power. These depend on external factors like employers' decisions, political shifts, or societal trends. Other people, their thoughts, feelings, judgments, actions, opinions, choices. We can influence them, but we cannot control them. External events, the weather, traffic jams, political events, natural disasters, accidents, the outcomes of wars or elections. The past. It is fixed and cannot be changed. The future outcomes of our actions. We control our intentions and efforts, but the results often depend on countless external variables. In short, whatever is not our own doing, anything subject to chance, fate, necessity, or the choices of others. These things, the Stoics argued, are inherently dependent, constrained, subject to hindrance, and ultimately alien to our true self, our rational faculty. This division is absolute and uncompromising. It's not a spectrum, it's a binary. Something either is entirely up to us, or it is not. There is no middle ground. The liberation of letting go. At first glance, this distinction might seem harsh, even limiting. It tells us that so much of what we care about our health, our loved ones' well-being, our career success, how people perceive us is fundamentally outside our control. But the Stoics saw this not as a limitation, but as the source of profound liberation. Why? Because the vast majority of human emotional suffering, our anxieties, frustrations, anger, disappointments, resentments, despair, stems directly from failing to respect this boundary. We suffer precisely because we desperately try to control things that are inherently uncontrollable, or because we neglect the one area where we do have complete control, our inner world. Think about it. Anxiety often arises from worrying about future outcomes that are not up to us. For example, will I get the job? Will my presentation go well? Will my loved one recover from illness? We torment ourselves trying to mentally control unpredictable futures. Anger, frustration, frequently erupts when external events or other people don't conform to our expectations or desires. For example, rage in traffic, fury when someone disagrees with us, frustration when technology fails. We are essentially demanding that the uncontrollable bend to our will. Disappointment, slight grief. While sadness is natural, deep, prolonged suffering often comes from investing our core happiness in things outside our control, health, wealth, relationships, reputation, and then judging their loss as an absolute evil. Resentment arises from dwelling on past events or others' actions, both outside our control, and judging them as unfair or unacceptable violations of how things should have been. Envy, jealousy, stems from judging external possessions or attributes of others not up to us as essential goods, making us feel deprived. In all these cases, we are like archers obsessing over the wind, the target's movement, or the structural integrity of the bullseye. while neglecting the one thing that truly defines the skill, the careful aiming and smooth release of the arrow. The Stoic archer understands that their job, their excellence, lies in the intention and the action of shooting well. Whether the arrow hits the exact center is ultimately subject to external factors. They focus their energy entirely on the process, up to them, accepting the outcome, not up to them, with equanimity. By clearly identifying what is not our business, we free ourselves from the immense, draining, and ultimately futile burden of trying to manage the unmanageable. We stop wasting precious mental and emotional energy raging against reality or worrying about things we cannot influence. This creates an incredible sense of peace and lightness. Simultaneously, by recognizing what is our business, our judgments, intentions, desires, aversions, and actions, we discover the true locus of our power and agency. We realize that while we cannot control the world out there, we have immense power to shape our world in here. This is where our freedom lies, regardless of external circumstances. A person can be imprisoned, like Epictetus was, yet remain internally free by controlling their judgments and responses. Conversely, a person can possess immense external power and wealth, like an emperor, yet be enslaved by their own uncontrolled desires, fears, and anger if they fail to manage their inner world. The dichotomy of control redirects our focus to the only game we can actually win, the game of mastering ourselves. Deep dive, your sovereign inner domain. What's up to us? Let's look more closely at the elements within our direct control. Mastering these is the core work of building emotional armor, judgments/opinions. As we saw in Chapter 2, this is paramount. We control how we interpret events. Is losing a job a catastrophe, or an opportunity to reassess and find something better? Is criticism an attack, or potentially useful feedback? Is a rainy day a disaster, or simply weather? By consciously choosing rational, objective, and virtuous judgments, we shape our emotional reality. This requires constant vigilance and practice in examining our automatic interpretations, desires/aversions. We control what we value and strive for and what we seek to avoid. The Stoic prescription is radical. Train your desire only on virtue and things conducive to it, within your control, and train your aversion only on vice and things contrary to it, within your control. This doesn't mean you can't prefer health or wealth, but you shouldn't desire them in the sense of making your happiness dependent on them. If you desire only what's up to you, like acting with integrity, you will never be frustrated. If you have aversion only to what's up to you, like acting unjustly, you will never encounter what you truly seek to avoid. Intention/impulses to act. Before we act, there's a moment of decision, an impulse, harm. We control whether we assent to an impulse based on a faulty judgment. For example, the impulse to yell when angry, or choose an impulse aligned with reason and virtue. For example, the impulse to pause and respond calmly. This involves cultivating self-awareness and self-discipline. Actions. While the outcomes aren't fully up to us, the attempt, the effort, the action itself, within the physical limits of our body and circumstances, largely is. We choose whether to study for the exam, whether to speak kindly, whether to perform our duties diligently. Our moral worth lies in these choices and actions, not in the results they produce. Mastering this inner realm, aligning our judgments, desires, aversions, intentions, and actions with reason and virtue is the sole path to Stoic freedom, resilience, and tranquility, apatheia. This is where we invest our energy, our practice, our focus. Deep dive. the realm of indifference, what's not up to us. Now let's examine the vast territory outside our direct control. The Stoics called these things adiaphora, meaning indifference. This doesn't mean we should be careless or neglectful about them, but that they are morally indifferent. They do not, in themselves, determine whether we are virtuous or vicious, good or bad, happy or unhappy in the Stoic sense. Within the category of indifference, the Stoics made a further useful distinction. Preferred indifference. Things that are naturally in accordance with our nature and generally helpful for living, though not essential for virtue. Examples: health, wealth, good reputation, friends, family, physical comfort, life itself. It's rational to prefer these and take reasonable actions to attain or maintain them, if doing so doesn't compromise our virtue. Dispreferred indifference. Things naturally contrary to our nature, and often challenging, though not intrinsically evil. Examples: illness, poverty, bad reputation, pain, loss of loved ones, death. It's rational to disprefer these and take reasonable actions to avoid or mitigate them, if doing so doesn't compromise our virtue. The crucial mistake, the source of the passions, is treating preferred indifference as goods and dispreferred indifference as evils. Let's consider common areas where we misapply value and try to control the uncontrollable. Body health. We can control our choices regarding diet, exercise, seeking medical care, our actions, intentions. We cannot ultimately control genetic predispositions, accidents, viruses, or the aging process, outcomes, external events. Attaching our core happiness to perfect health leads to fear of illness and despair when health fails. The Stoic approach: take reasonable care of your body as a preferred indifferent, but accept its vulnerability with equanimity, focusing on maintaining inner virtue regardless of physical state. Property wealth. We can control our work ethic, our financial decisions, our attitude towards money, actions/judgments. We cannot control market crashes, unexpected expenses, redundancy, or theft, external events, others' actions. Equating wealth with happiness leads to greed, anxiety about loss, and envy. The Stoic approach: manage finances prudently, work diligently, but recognize wealth is external and indifferent to virtue. Find contentment in right action, not bank balance. Reputation. We can control our actions and intentions, striving to be honest, just, and kind. We cannot control how others perceive or interpret our actions, what rumors they spread, or what opinions they form, others' judgments. Obsessing over reputation makes us slaves to others' opinions. The Stoic approach: focus on acting virtuously. Let your reputation be a byproduct, not the goal. As Epictetus advised, if someone speaks ill of you, consider if it's true and correct your fault, or false and recognize it's their error, not yours to be disturbed by. Other people. We can control how we treat others with kindness, fairness, patience. We cannot control their feelings, choices, beliefs, or how they treat us. Trying to force someone to love you, agree with you, or behave as you wish is a recipe for frustration and conflict. The Stoic approach: treat others justly and kindly as part of your own virtue, accept their autonomy, and focus on your response to their actions, not the actions themselves. Outcomes. We can control our preparation, effort, and intention, studying for the exam, practicing the presentation, training for the race. We cannot control the specific result, the grade, the audience reaction, winning the race, which depends on numerous external factors. Attaching self-worth to outcomes leads to performance, anxiety, and disappointment. The Stoic approach: focus entirely on performing your chosen actions to the best of your ability, process over outcome. Accept the result, whatever it may be, as outside your control. The Stoic attitude towards all indifference is one of detachment combined with responsible action. Use preferred indifference wisely when available. Endure dispreferred indifference virtuously when they occur, but never ever mistake them for true goods or evils. Never stake your fundamental peace of mind on things the universe can take away at any moment. Putting the key in the lock. Practical application. Understanding the dichotomy of control is the first step. Consistently applying it in the heat of daily life is where the real transformation happens. This requires deliberate, ongoing practice. 1. The sorting hat. Mental triage. When you feel distressed, anxious, angry, or frustrated, pause. Take a mental step back and consciously ask, what exactly is upsetting me right now? Which aspects of this situation are truly within my control, my judgments, my intentions, my immediate actions? Which aspects are outside my control, the past, others' actions, external events, outcomes? Consider actually writing this down in 2 columns, up to me and not up to me. This act of sorting clarifies where your energy should be directed. 2. Energy redirection. Once you've sorted the situation, make a conscious decision to withdraw your mental and emotional energy from the not up to me column. Stop ruminating on what you can't change. Stop trying to force outcomes. Instead, pour all that reclaimed energy into the up to me column. Ask, what is the most rational and virtuous way I can judge this situation right now? What is the most constructive intention I can form? What specific action, however small, can I take right now that are aligned with my values? 3. Radical acceptance of the uncontrollable. For the elements firmly in the not up to me column, practice acceptance. This doesn't mean liking or approving of them, but acknowledging their reality without resistance or complaint. Say to yourself, this is how things are right now. It is outside my control. Fighting it mentally is futile and painful. I accept this reality and will focus on my response. This is a precursor to Amor Fati, loving your fate, which we'll explore later. 4. Morning-evening bookends. Morning. Start your day by briefly reminding yourself of the dichotomy. Mentally prepare for potential challenges by resolving to focus only on your judgments and actions, accepting whatever externals may come. Evening. Reflect on your day. When were you successful in applying the dichotomy? When did you get caught trying to control the uncontrollable? What judgments led you astray? What can you learn for tomorrow? This practice, recommended by Stoics like Seneca and Epictetus, builds self-awareness and reinforces the habit. Conclusion. Wielding the master key. The dichotomy of control is simple in concept, but radical in its implications. It's the master key because it unlocks the door to rational emotional management. By consistently distinguishing between our inner world of choice and the external world of events, we cease to be victims of circumstance and become empowered agents of our own well-being. We stop wasting our energy on futile battles and direct it towards the one area where it makes a difference, cultivating our own character and responding to life with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. Mastering this distinction isn't easy. It requires constant vigilance, practice, and self-correction. Our ingrained habits and societal conditioning constantly pull us towards investing our happiness in things outside our control. But every time we consciously pause, sort, redirect our energy, and accept what we cannot change, we strengthen our emotional armor. We take another step towards the Stoic ideal of apatheia, not a life devoid of feeling,
but a life free from the tyranny of irrational passions, a life grounded in the tranquility that comes from living in accordance with reason and focusing solely on what is truly ours. This fundamental understanding of control paves the way for the specific techniques we'll explore next. Knowing what we can't control prepares us to face adversity with tools like negative visualization, while knowing what we can control empowers us to shape our inner landscape through cognitive
reframing and virtuous action. The master key is now in your hand. The next step is learning to use it skillfully in every room of your life. Chapter 4. Preparing for Trouble. The Power of Negative Visualization. He robs present ills of their power who has perceived their coming beforehand. Seneca, Consolation to Marcia. In the last chapter, we explored the dichotomy of control, the master key to Stoic practice and emotional resilience. We learned the liberating power of distinguishing what is truly up to us, our judgments, intentions, desires, aversions, actions, from what is not, externals like our body, possessions, reputation, other people, events, outcomes. By focusing our energy solely on our inner world of choice and accepting the nature of externals, we begin to build a foundation of inner peace and strength. But accepting what's outside our control doesn't mean being passive or unprepared. While we rightly direct our primary efforts towards perfecting our inner responses, Stoicism also offers powerful tools to help us face the inevitable difficulties and misfortunes that life throws our way, the dispreferred indifference with greater courage and equanimity. If we know storms will come, wisdom suggests we prepare the ship. One of the most potent, albeit initially counterintuitive, Stoic techniques for this preparation is known as negative visualization, or in Latin, premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils or adversity. At first glance, the idea of deliberately thinking about bad things happening might seem morbid, pessimistic, or like an invitation to anxiety. In our modern culture, often obsessed with relentless positivity and avoiding discomfort, this practice can feel jarring. Why would we actively contemplate failure, loss, pain, or grief? Wouldn't that just make us miserable? The Stoics, ever practical psychologists, understood that the opposite is often true. Avoiding thought about potential hardship doesn't prevent it from happening. It merely ensures that, when it does happen, we are caught completely unprepared, shocked, and emotionally overwhelmed, like soldiers sent into battle without ever having practiced drills or considered enemy tactics. We become easy casualties of circumstance. Negative visualization, when practiced correctly, is not about wallowing in negativity. It's a strategic mental exercise designed to build resilience, reduce future suffering, and paradoxically, enhance our appreciation for the good we possess right now. It's about mentally rehearsing adversity so that we rob it of its power to destabilize us when it arrives in reality. Why contemplate calamity? The surprising benefits. Let's unpack the psychological mechanisms that make this seemingly negative practice so powerfully positive in its effects. 1. The shock absorber effect, reducing suffering. Unexpected blows hit hardest. When misfortune strikes out of the blue, a sudden illness, a job loss, a betrayal, the shock itself can be paralyzing, amplifying the suffering. Negative visualization acts like a psychological shock absorber. By having already contemplated the possibility of such events, even hypothetically, we strip them of their terrifying novelty. When the feared event occurs, our mind thinks, yes, I considered this might happen. It is difficult, but not entirely unforeseen. I have thought about how I might respond. This familiarity doesn't eliminate pain, but it significantly reduces the panic, disorientation, and feeling of utter devastation. that often accompanies unexpected adversity. Seneca compared it to a boxer practicing against imaginary opponents. The blow falls heavy when it's unexpected. The man who has seen it coming beforehand softens its pace. 2. Building resilience and rehearsing virtue. Mentally walking through potential difficulties isn't just about bracing for impact. It's also about rehearsing your response. When you visualize a setback, you can simultaneously ask yourself, if this were to happen, how could I strive to respond with virtue? How could I employ courage, temperance, justice, and wisdom? What judgments would I need to hold? What actions could I take that are within my control? This mental rehearsal strengthens your capacity to act virtuously when faced with real challenges. It's like practicing ethical fire drills for the soul. You might even identify practical steps within your control you could take now to mitigate potential future problems, prompted by the visualization. 3. The gratitude amplifier. This is perhaps the most immediate and profound benefit. We humans suffer from hedonic adaptation. We quickly get used to good things and start taking them for granted. Our health, our loved ones, our home, our basic freedoms. They become background noise until they are threatened or lost. Negative visualization powerfully counteracts this. By consciously contemplating the absence of these things, imagining life without your health, without a cherished relationship, without your current comforts, you experience a renewed, visceral appreciation for having them right now. As you visualize losing something precious and then return your focus to the present moment where you still possess it, a wave of gratitude often follows. You realize these things are not guaranteed. They are, as Seneca often reminded himself, on loan from fortune. This practice infuses ordinary life with a sense of preciousness. 4. Clarifying true values. Contemplating what could be lost forces us to confront what truly matters. When you imagine losing external possessions or status, you might realize how much emotional weight you've mistakenly placed on these indifferent things. Conversely, when you contemplate challenges to your integrity or opportunities to act virtuously, even amidst loss, it reinforces the Stoic insight that your character, your inner response, is the only true good, the only thing that cannot be taken away by external fortune. This helps align your daily actions with your deepest values. 5. Undermining fear of the future. By regularly and calmly contemplating potential future difficulties, we gradually desensitize ourselves to the fear they evoke. We practice looking misfortune in the face, rationally assessing its potential impact, and rehearsing our inner resilience. This proactive approach is the opposite of anxious worrying, which involves repetitive, unproductive catastrophizing. Negative visualization aims to replace vague, paralyzing fear with clear-eyed preparedness and acceptance of life's inherent uncertainty. In essence, premeditatio malorum fortifies our emotional armor by preparing us for external attacks while simultaneously deepening our appreciation for the peace and resources within our current citadel. How to practice the premeditation of adversity. Like any skill, negative visualization requires practice. It's not complicated, but it does require intention and a mindful approach. Here's a guide to incorporating it into your routine. Choose your time and place. Find a few minutes when you can be quiet and undisturbed. Many find the morning, perhaps, as part of a meditation or reflection routine, or the evening as a way to review the day and prepare for the next, to be suitable times. The key is to approach it calmly and deliberately, not when you're already feeling rushed or anxious. Start small, expand gradually. You don't need to dive immediately into contemplating worst-case scenarios. Begin with minor inconveniences or common frustrations. Imagine being stuck in heavy traffic when you have somewhere to be. How would you ideally respond? Focus on your judgments, breathing, perhaps use the time constructively. Imagine misplacing your keys or phone. Feel the initial frustration, then practice acceptance and focus on the practical steps to resolve it within your control. Imagine receiving minor criticism or having a small disagreement. How could you respond with reason and fairness rather than defensiveness? As you become comfortable, you can gradually expand the scope to more significant potential difficulties: job insecurity or loss, financial setbacks, relationship conflicts or endings, health problems or injuries, your own or loved ones, loss of possessions due to theft or disaster, confronting unfairness or injustice, ultimately, contemplating your own mortality or the loss of loved ones. Engage with specificity, but don't dwell. Don't just vaguely think bad things might happen. Choose a specific potential scenario. Visualize it unfolding with some detail. What might it look like? Feel like? What challenges would it present? Crucially, spend equal or more time contemplating your ideal response. Identify control. In this imagined scenario, what is outside my control? What is within my control, my judgments, my intentions, my actions? Rehearse virtue. How could I meet this challenge with courage, facing it without irrational fear? With temperance, managing my impulses and desires? With justice, acting fairly towards others involved? With wisdom, making rational judgments, seeing the bigger picture? Affirm inner resources. Remind yourself that even if the external situation is difficult, your core self, your ability to choose your response, remains intact. Your virtue is inviolable. Focus on gratitude through contrast. This is a vital element. After contemplating a potential loss, consciously bring your mind back to the present reality, where you still possess the thing you value. Reflect on your current health, even if imperfect. Imagine its absence. Then feel gratitude for the level of health you have now. Think about specific people you love. Imagine them gone. Feel the anticipated grief, then return to the present and feel deep appreciation for their presence in your life today. Tell them you love them. Consider your basic comfort, shelter, food, freedom. Imagine lacking them, then feel gratitude for these often overlooked gifts. Seneca advised treating everything precious as if it were temporary. Say of a favorite slave that he is mortal, and of a favorite friend that he is mortal. All that you behold will perish. All these works of mortal man are doomed to destruction. This isn't morbid, it's a call to appreciate the present. Contemplate impermanence, including your own. The Stoics frequently recommended meditating on the finite nature of life, reflecting that this day, this moment, is all we are guaranteed encourages us to live fully, virtuously, and without procrastination. It puts petty annoyances into perspective and highlights the importance of our choices now. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Frequency and duration. Start with just 5. 10 minutes, perhaps a few times a week. See how it feels. Adjust the frequency and duration based on your comfort level. The goal is consistency over intensity. It should feel like a strengthening exercise, not a self-inflicted wound. Navigating potential pitfalls, visualization versus worry. It's crucial to distinguish negative visualization from its unproductive cousins, anxiety and worry. Worry anxiety is typically repetitive, circular, and emotionally charged. It focuses on potential negative outcomes without necessarily considering constructive responses. It often feels overwhelming and paralyzing, draining mental energy without leading to solutions or acceptance. It's often vague. What if something bad happens? Negative visualization, a Stoic practice, is a calm, deliberate, rational exercise. It involves specific scenarios. Critically, it includes contemplating your virtuous response and focusing on what's within your control. It aims to build resilience, acceptance, and gratitude, leading to a sense of preparedness and appreciation, not paralysis. It acknowledges potential pain, but doesn't wallow in it. If you find the practice consistently triggers overwhelming anxiety or depressive feelings, you might be slipping into worry rather than structured premeditation. Some tips: refocus on response. Ensure you're spending enough time contemplating your virtuous response and inner resources, not just the negative event itself. Emphasize gratitude. Spend more time on the gratitude aspect, contrasting the potential loss with present reality. Shorten sessions. Reduce scope. Stick to less intense scenarios for a while. Combine with action. Ensure the practice motivates positive action in the present. For example, appreciating loved ones more, taking responsible steps toward preferred indifference. Seek guidance if needed. If anxiety persists, consider discussing it with a therapist or counselor, especially one familiar with cognitive techniques. The goal is fortification, not self-torment. Adjust the practice to serve that end. Conclusion. Rehearsing for reality, appreciating the now, premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of adversity, is a cornerstone of Stoic emotional resilience. It might seem like a strange prescription, think about bad things to feel better, but its logic is sound. By calmly and rationally rehearsing potential misfortunes, we rob them of their power to shock and overwhelm us. We build psychological resilience, clarify our values, and practice how we might respond with virtue when challenges inevitably arise. Perhaps even more importantly, this practice acts as a powerful antidote to the hedonic treadmill, the human tendency to take good fortune for granted. By contemplating loss, we unlock a deeper, more visceral gratitude for the people, health, and opportunities we have right now. We learn to hold precious things lightly, appreciating them fully without clinging desperately, knowing they are ultimately outside our complete control. Negative visualization works hand in hand with the dichotomy of control. It helps us mentally prepare for and accept the not up to us category, the realm of external events and dispreferred indifference. It strengthens our resolve to focus on what is up to us, our judgments and responses, even when faced with difficult circumstances. We've now explored how to manage our judgments, Chapter 2, how to focus on what's truly in our control, Chapter 3, and how to prepare for what's outside our control, Chapter 4. Next, we'll explore another powerful Stoic technique for managing difficult externals and finding inner peace, shifting our perspective through the view from above. Chapter 5. Gaining perspective. The view from above. Think of the substance of all things, of which you have the smallest share, and of the time of all things, of which a brief and momentary span is assigned to you, and of the works of destiny, of which how small a part are you. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 5.24. In our journey to forge emotional armor, we've explored several foundational Stoic principles and practices. We've learned that our emotional disturbances often arise from flawed judgments, Chapter 2, discovered the liberating power of focusing only on what's truly within our control, Chapter 3, and practiced the counterintuitive art of negative visualization to prepare for adversity and cultivate gratitude. Chapter 4. These tools help us manage our inner world and brace for external challenges. Now we turn to another profound technique designed to help us navigate the difficulties of life, particularly those frustrating, upsetting, or anxiety-inducing events that seem overwhelmingly important in the moment. This practice works not by directly confronting the feared event, like negative visualization, but by fundamentally shifting our perspective. It involves mentally zooming out, expanding our frame of reference in both space and time, to see our personal lives and troubles within a much larger context. The Stoics, particularly Marcus Aurelius, found immense therapeutic value in adopting what we might call the view from above. Imagine feeling consumed by a workplace conflict, a financial worry, or a social slight. It fills your mental horizon, dominating your thoughts and emotions. The view from above is like climbing a high mountain, or even ascending into orbit and looking back down. From that vantage point, the things that seem so enormous and all-consuming on the ground shrink dramatically in significance, revealing themselves as tiny details in a vast, intricate tapestry. This shift doesn't necessarily make the problem disappear, but it radically alters its perceived weight and our emotional relationship to it, fostering objectivity, calm, and a sense of proportion. Ascending the heights, Plato's view, and Stoic adaptation. The idea of gaining wisdom through a broader perspective has ancient roots, often associated with Plato, who spoke of the philosopher surveying all of time and all of being. The Stoics eagerly adopted and adapted this concept as a practical psychological tool. Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor who penned his Meditations amidst the pressures of war, plague, and political intrigue, constantly employed this technique to maintain his equilibrium. He repeatedly urged himself to survey the circling stars as though yourself were circling with them. Constantly consider the changes of the elements into one another. Thoughts like these wash off the dirt of life on earth. Meditation 7.47. And again, how small a part of the boundless and unfathomable time is assigned to every man. For it is very soon swallowed up in the eternal. And how small a part of the whole substance. And how small a part of the universal soul. And on what a small clod of the whole earth you creep. Reflecting on all this, consider nothing to be great, except to act as your nature leads you, and to endure what the common nature brings. Meditations 12.32. The purpose of this mental ascent is multifaceted. To gain perspective on personal troubles, reducing their emotional impact. To cultivate objectivity by detaching from immediate, ego-driven reactions. To foster a sense of connection to the larger human family and the cosmos, Stoic cosmopolitanism. To diminish the ego and its demands. To appreciate the impermanence of all things, including our problems and ourselves. To reinforce focus on virtue as the only enduring value in the face of cosmic vastness. It's a mental maneuver designed to wash off the dirt of life on earth, the petty anxieties, frustrations, and grievances that cling to us and cloud our judgment, the transformative power of looking down. How exactly does changing our mental altitude lead to greater emotional resilience? Let's explore the specific benefits. 1. Shrinking problems to size. This is the most immediate effect. When you're agonizing over a missed deadline, an awkward social encounter, or a minor financial loss, consciously zoom out. Think about your city, perhaps bustling Cebu City, then the Philippines, then the continent of Asia, then the entire planet Earth, teeming with billions of people, then the solar system, the Milky Way galaxy with its hundreds of billions of stars, and the unimaginable vastness of the universe beyond. Now, place your specific problem within that context. Does it still seem like the catastrophic, all-important event it felt like moments ago? Often, its perceived magnitude shrinks dramatically. It doesn't invalidate your feelings, but it puts them in proportion. It's like comparing a single grain of sand to the entire coastline of Bantean Island. 2. Cultivating objectivity and detachment. Being enmeshed in a problem usually involves strong emotional coloring and ego investment. My project was criticized. My plans were ruined. I was insulted. The view from above lifts you out of this subjective entanglement. Looking down from a distance, you see the event more like an impartial observer. You can analyze the situation more calmly, separating the objective facts from your emotional interpretations. Remember Chapter 2? This detachment allows for more rational assessment and response rather than reactive passion. Marcus Aurelius advised looking at human life as from a height, seeing herds, armies, farms, weddings and divorces, births and deaths, noisy courtrooms, desert places, diverse foreign peoples, festivals, funerals, markets, all the medley and the harmonious order of contraries. Meditation 7.48. 3. Soothing anxiety and cooling anger. Anxiety often feeds on magnifying potential future threats. The view from above, particularly the temporal zoom out, contemplating vast stretches of time, helps counter this. When you place a future worry against the backdrop of millennia, or even just your entire lifespan, its ultimate significance often diminishes. Will this matter in 5 years, 10, 100? Similarly, anger frequently arises from perceived slights or injustices that feel deeply personal and important. Seeing the event and the person involved as tiny specks in the grand sweep of space and time can cool the heat of resentment. How much energy is it worth investing in anger over such a fleeting interaction in the cosmic scale? 4. Fostering connection and cosmopolitanism. As you zoom out, you see not just vast emptiness, but also the interconnectedness of all things. You see yourself as part of a city, a nation, a species, a planet, a cosmos. Marcus Aurelius emphasized this sense of belonging to a larger whole. We are all fellow workers, working towards a single goal. The world is effectively a single city. Meditation 7.9, 4.4. Realizing this shared context can foster empathy. Billions of other humans share this planet, each with their own struggles, hopes, and fears, many far exceeding your own. This perspective can lessen feelings of isolation and reduce interpersonal friction, encouraging us to act with greater understanding and justice towards our fellow citizens of the world. 5. Highlighting impermanence. Both the spatial and temporal views underscore the transient nature of everything. Civilizations rise and fall, mountains erode, stars are born and die. Our own lives, our successes, our failures, our possessions, our relationships, and even our current problems are incredibly fleeting in the grand scheme. Recognizing this deep impermanence, far from being depressing, can be liberating. It encourages us to appreciate the present moment, to focus on what truly endures, our character, our virtuous actions, and to hold external things lightly, reinforcing the lessons of negative visualization. Why cling desperately to things that are destined to pass? Why be crushed by setbacks that will soon be forgotten in the annals of time? By regularly practicing this shift in perspective, we train our minds to default to a broader, calmer, more objective view, strengthening our emotional armor against the inevitable bumps and bruises of daily life. How to practice taking the view from above. This is primarily a visualization exercise, adaptable to different situations. Here's how you can practice it. Find your quiet space. As with negative visualization, it helps to have a few moments of quiet, though with practice, you can employ this technique mentally even amidst activity, for example, when feeling stressed in a meeting or frustrated in traffic. The spatial zoom out. 1. Start local. Bring your awareness to your immediate physical surroundings. Notice the room you're in, the building. 2. Expand. Mentally zoom out to encompass your neighborhood. Visualize the streets, houses, maybe familiar landmarks like Fuente Osmena Circle if you're in Cebu. 3. City Island View. Expand further to see your entire city or island from above the layout, the coastline, the surrounding sea. 4. National Continental View. Keep zooming out. See the archipelago of the Philippines, then the continent of Asia, recognizing its vastness and diversity. 5. Planetary View. Ascend further until you see the entire Earth suspended in space, the blue oceans, swirling clouds, continents. Contemplate the billions of people living on this sphere. Locate your approximate tiny spot. 6. Solar System View. Zoom out further. See the Earth as just one planet orbiting the Sun, alongside Mars, Jupiter, and others. Feel the immense distances. 7. Galactic View. Expand to the Milky Way galaxy, a swirling disk of hundreds of billions of stars, our Sun just one insignificant point among them. 8. Cosmic View. Go further still, visualizing countless other galaxies stretching out in the seemingly infinite expanse of the universe. 9. Reflect. Hold this cosmic perspective for a moment. Now gently bring your awareness back to the personal issue or feeling that was troubling you. How does it appear from this vantage point? Does its emotional charge lessen? Does its importance shift? The temporal zoom out. 1. Recent past. Think back over the last day, week, month, year. Recall past worries or triumphs. How significant do they feel now? 2. Your lifespan. Contemplate your entire life so far, from birth to the present. Consider the changes you've experienced. 3. Generational time. Think about your parents' lives, your grandparents, the generations before them, stretching back through time. Consider their struggles and joys. 4. Historical time. Zoom out to encompass centuries, millennia. Think about the rise and fall of civilizations, major historical events, the vast sweep of human history on this planet. 5. Deep time. Expand further to geological time, the formation of mountains, the movement of continents, the long history of life evolving on Earth over billions of years. 6. Cosmic time. Contemplate the estimated 13.8 billion years since the Big Bang, and the potential billions of years yet to come before the universe reaches its potential end. 7. Reflect. Place your current concern, your current desire, your current lifespan within this immense ocean of time. How long will it last? How much will it matter in the grand sweep of existence? Does this perspective alter your feeling about its urgency or importance? The hierarchical view. Humanity. 1. Visualize the sheer number of people alive today, over 8 billion. Imagine them spread across the globe, each with their own inner world, challenges, relationships, and aspirations. 2. Think about the countless generations who have lived and died before you, experiencing the same fundamental human emotions and struggles. 3. Place your own personal drama, your specific social interactions or conflicts, within this enormous tapestry of human experience. Does it change how you view your situation or the actions of others? Does it foster a sense of shared humanity? Combine and integrate. The most powerful practice often involves weaving these views together, Imagine looking down on Earth from space, spatial, contemplating the eons it has existed, temporal, and recognizing the billions of fellow humans sharing this fleeting moment with you, hierarchical. Prompts for reflection. During practice, seen from this perspective, how truly significant is this issue? How does this view affect the intensity of my emotion, anger, fear, desire? What remains important when viewed from this height? Often the answer relates to how you choose to act your virtue. How can this perspective help me respond more wisely or compassionately? Weaving perspectives, connecting the threads. The view from above doesn't exist in isolation. It beautifully complements the other Stoic tools we've discussed. With the dichotomy of control, seeing the vastness of what's outside our control, the cosmos, deep time, billions of other people, makes it easier to accept that reality and focus our energy on the tiny sphere that is within our control, our judgments and responses right here, right now. With negative visualization, the cosmic perspective reinforces the impermanence of all external things, including those we might fear losing in envy exercises. It helps us practice envy with less clinging and more acceptance, appreciating the present precisely, because we understand its fleeting nature against the backdrop of eternity. With understanding emotions, Chapter 2. By providing detachment, the view from above helps us observe our initial impressions and judgments more objectively, making it easier to challenge the false beliefs that fuel destructive passions. With Amor Fati, Chapter 6. Preview. Contemplating our place within the vast, interconnected web of cause and effect that constitutes the cosmos can pave the way for accepting and even embracing whatever happens as a necessary part of that larger order. Conclusion: finding your place, finding your peace. The view from above is more than just a mental trick. It's a profound shift in orientation. It's an exercise in humility, reminding us of our smallness in the grand scheme of things, thereby lessening the grip of our ego and its demands. It's an exercise in objectivity, allowing us to see our troubles with greater clarity and less emotional distortion. And it's an exercise in connection, highlighting our place within the human family and the vast, awe-inspiring cosmos. Regularly ascending to this mental vantage point strengthens our emotional armor by providing crucial perspective. It helps us differentiate the truly important, our character, our choices, from the merely urgent or upsetting, fleeting external events. It cools the passions, fosters tranquility, and reminds us, as Marcus Aurelius constantly did, to focus on playing our small part virtuously within the magnificent, mysterious, and often challenging drama of existence. Having prepared for trouble with negative visualization and gained perspective with the view from above, we are now better equipped to face whatever life brings. The next step is to cultivate an even deeper form of acceptance, learning not just to tolerate reality, but perhaps even to love it. We turn now to the powerful Stoic concept of Amor Fati, the love of fate. Chapter 6. Embracing reality, the art of Amor Fati. Seek not for events to happen as you wish, but rather wish for events to happen as they do happen, and your life will go smoothly. Epictetus, Enchiridion 8. We've journeyed through several key landscapes of the Stoic mind. We've examined our judgments, the source of our emotional turmoil, Chapter 2. We've grasped the master key of the dichotomy of control, focusing our energy only on what is truly ours, Chapter 3. We've learned to prepare for adversity through negative visualization, Chapter 4. and gained crucial perspective by taking the view from above, chapter 5, seeing our troubles shrink against the vast backdrop of space and time. These practices build resilience, foster gratitude, and cultivate a growing sense of acceptance regarding the things outside our control. Now we arrive at what might be considered the pinnacle of Stoic acceptance, a concept both challenging and deeply liberating. Amor Fati, a Latin phrase meaning love of fate. This isn't merely about tolerating reality or grudgingly accepting what happens. It's about taking a radical step further, actively embracing, affirming, and even loving everything that occurs in our lives exactly as it occurs. It's about saying a wholehearted yes to the entirety of our existence, the triumphs and the tragedies, the joys and the sorrows, the smooth paths and the rugged obstacles. The phrase Amor Fati was famously championed by the 19th century philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche. But the core idea has deep roots in Stoicism. Figures like Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius constantly pointed towards this ideal relationship with reality, urging us not just to endure what fate brings, but to welcome it as necessary, as fitting, and even as beneficial for the development of our character. It's a perspective that transforms our relationship with hardship from one of resistance and suffering to one of affirmation and strength. It is perhaps the ultimate expression of emotional armor, an inner state so aligned with reality that nothing external can truly disturb its peace. What does it mean to love fate? Loving fate sounds paradoxical, even nonsensical, especially when fate delivers pain, loss, or injustice. How can we possibly love illness, betrayal, or failure? It's crucial to understand what the Stoics meant by this. Amor Fati does not mean pretending bad things are actually good, passively resigning ourselves to preventable suffering, liking or desiring painful events before they happen, endorsing or approving of harmful actions, our own or others. Instead, Amor Fati is an active internal stance towards the events that have occurred or are currently occurring outside our control. It involves 1. Radical acceptance. Fully acknowledging reality as it is without mental argument, complaint, or wishing it were different. This builds directly on the dichotomy of control, accepting the not up to us category completely. 2. Affirmation. Moving beyond mere acceptance to actively affirming that this event, this circumstance, this moment, is precisely as it should be within the larger context of existence, or simply because it is reality. 3. Seeing necessity. Recognizing that events unfold due to a vast web of prior causes and conditions. Resisting what is like arguing with gravity, futile and energy draining. 4. Finding opportunity. Viewing everything that happens, especially challenges, as raw material for practicing virtue, building character, and learning. 5. Embracing the whole. Loving not just the pleasant parts of life, but the entire tapestry, understanding that the difficult threads are essential to the overall pattern and have shaped who we are. Marcus Aurelius captured this spirit beautifully when reflecting on how to face adversity. It is my bad luck that this has happened to me. No, rather say, it is my good luck that, although this has happened to me, I can bear it without pain, neither crushed by the present, nor fearful of the future. Meditations 4.49. He isn't saying the event itself is good luck. He's saying the opportunity to respond virtuously, to endure without breaking, that is the good luck. Amor Fati shifts the focus from the external event, uncontrollable, to the internal response, controllable, and finds value there. Epictetus's advice is even more direct. Don't wish for things to be different. wish for them to be exactly as they are. This alignment between our will and reality is the secret to a smoothly flowing life, not because external events become pleasant, but because our internal resistance ceases. The why behind the love, rationale for embracing reality. Why cultivate such a seemingly extreme attitude? What are the psychological and philosophical underpinnings? The futility of resistance. At the most basic level, arguing with reality is pointless. What has happened has happened. What is happening now is happening. Spending mental energy wishing things were different is, as the Stoics saw it, a form of madness. It achieves nothing except increasing our own suffering through frustration, resentment, and bitterness. Amor Fati is pragmatic. It accepts the unchangeable and conserves energy for what can be influenced. Our response. Alignment with nature, cosmic order. Logos. Many Stoics believe the universe is a rational, ordered system, the logos, where everything is interconnected and unfolds according to a grand, albeit often incomprehensible, design. From this perspective, every event, even seemingly negative ones, plays a necessary part in the whole. Amor Fati becomes an act of aligning our individual will with this universal reason, trusting that whatever happens is, in some larger sense, right or fitting within the cosmic order. As Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Whatever happens to you has been waiting to happen since the beginning of time." The twining strands of fate wove both of them together, your own existence and the things that happen to you. Meditations 5.8. While fully embracing this idea of providence isn't necessary to practice Amor Fati, the core insight remains. Events are the result of prior causes, and accepting this causal necessity fosters peace. The alchemical power of obstacles. This is a cornerstone of Amor Fati. Instead of viewing difficulties as mere roadblocks to happiness, the Stoics saw them as essential ingredients for developing virtue and resilience. Hardship tests our courage. Injustice tests our fairness. Frustration tests our patience. Loss tests our detachment. Amor Fati means embracing these tests not with gritted teeth, but with a kind of welcome, recognizing them as opportunities to strengthen our character. Marcus Aurelius used the powerful metaphor of a fire. A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it. Meditations 10.31. Similarly, a well-trained mind can take any obstacle, any misfortune, and use it as fuel for virtue. He famously stated, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." Meditations 5.20. Loving fate means loving the very obstacles that allow us to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Freedom from complaint and victimhood. If you truly love whatever happens, what is there to complain about? Amor Fati dismantles the psychological framework of victimhood. It prevents us from blaming external circumstances, other people, or bad luck for our unhappiness. By taking ownership of our experience and affirming reality, we eliminate the corrosive emotions of resentment, bitterness, and self-pity, which are major sources of emotional suffering. Unlocking the maximum agency. It might seem counterintuitive, but fully accepting what we cannot change actually maximizes our power in the areas we can change. When we stop wasting energy fighting reality or wishing things were different, all that energy becomes available to focus clearly and effectively on our judgments, intentions, and actions in the present moment. Radical acceptance fuels purposeful action where it counts. Putting love into practice. How to cultivate Amor Fati. Amor Fati is an advanced practice, an ideal to strive towards rather than a switch to be flipped. It requires cultivating habits of mind through consistent effort. 1. Start with mindful acceptance. Before you can love fate, you must first accept it. Practice simply noticing and acknowledging events as they occur, without layering immediate judgment or resistance onto them. When something difficult happens, pause, breathe. Internally state the fact, this situation is occurring, and I am feeling pain, or this plan has failed. Resist the urge to immediately label it terrible or unfair. Just observe the reality first. This creates space. 2. Reframe challenges as opportunities. Consciously shift your perspective on difficulties. Instead of asking, why is this happening to me? Ask, what can I learn from this? Or how can I use this situation to practice courage/patience/wisdom/justice? Or what strength is this event asking me to develop? Actively look for the potential benefit or lesson concealed within the hardship. Treat it like a workout for your character. 3. Embrace the obstacle is the way. Internalize Marcus Aurelius's powerful mantra. When faced with a difficulty, don't just tolerate it. See it as the specific path forward. If someone is difficult, that's your opportunity to practice patience and understanding. If a project fails, that's your opportunity to practice resilience and learn from mistakes. If you experience loss, that's your opportunity to practice detachment and appreciate what remains. The obstacle isn't blocking the path, it is the path. 4. Experiment with affirmative language. Try using phrases, internally or even whispered aloud, that express affirmation towards reality. This might feel artificial at first, but it can retrain your habitual responses. So it is simple acceptance. This too, acknowledging difficulty as part of the whole. I accept this. Yes, a simple affirmation of the present moment, whatever it holds. This is necessary, acknowledging its place in the causal chain. I welcome this challenge, focusing on the opportunity for virtue. Even cautiously, I wouldn't have it any other way. Understanding this means accepting the entirety of the causal chain that led to this moment, not that you would have wished for the specific negative event in isolation. 5. Cultivate gratitude for the whole package. Extend the practice of gratitude from negative visualization, beyond just the obviously good things. Reflect on how past struggles and difficulties have shaped you, taught you valuable lessons, and made you stronger or more compassionate. Could you truly wish those experiences away without erasing essential parts of who you are now? Try to feel a sense of appreciation for the entirety of your unique life journey, the painful parts included, as the necessary process that created the person you are today. 6. Anchor in the present. Amor Fati is fundamentally about embracing this moment, exactly as it is. Resistance often comes from comparing the present to an idealized past or feared future. By accepting the present unconditionally, you ground yourself in the only time you ever truly inhabit. Important distinctions. What Amor Fati is not. Because it's such a radical concept, it's vital to be clear about what Amor Fati doesn't entail. It's not passivity. Loving what happens doesn't mean you stop trying to influence future events or improve situations where you have agency. You still set goals, work diligently, try to prevent harm, and strive for preferred indifference. Amor Fati applies primarily to accepting things once they are outside your control, past events, present realities, unavoidable future occurrences, and the outcomes of your best efforts. You love the fate that unfolds, not necessarily refrain from shaping the future where possible. It's not endorsing evil or injustice, accepting the reality that injustice, cruelty, or personal failings occur is not the same as approving of them. You can practice Amor Fati towards the fact that someone acted unjustly towards you, accepting that event as part of reality and using it as an opportunity to practice forgiveness or resilience, while still judging the action itself as vicious and taking appropriate, virtuous action, like seeking justice or protecting yourself, within your control. Your love is for the fabric of reality, including its flaws, not for the flaws themselves. It's not low standards or giving up. It doesn't mean resigning yourself to mediocrity or abandoning your values. You continue to strive for excellence in your own actions. What's up to you? Amor Fati helps you deal with setbacks and failures along the way without being crushed, allowing you to get back up and strive again. Amor Fati is an internal discipline focused on achieving peace and resilience by aligning your will with reality. It empowers action within your control by liberating you from struggle against the uncontrollable. Conclusion: the unshakable fortress. Amor Fati, the love of fate, represents perhaps the most profound and powerful expression of Stoic acceptance. It moves beyond mere tolerance of life's difficulties to an active, affirmative embrace of everything that happens, seeing it all as necessary, fitting, and ultimately fuel for the fire of virtue. It is the understanding that reality in its entirety is our teacher, our training ground, and the raw material from which we forge our character. Cultivating this attitude is undoubtedly challenging. It requires constant practice in reframing, acceptance, and finding opportunity within adversity. But the reward is immense, a state of inner peace so profound that it cannot be disturbed by external fortune. It's the realization of a truly unshakable emotional armor, built not by resisting the world, but by loving it exactly as it is. When you can genuinely welcome whatever comes, knowing you have the inner resources to meet it virtuously, you achieve a remarkable degree of freedom and tranquility. With this deep acceptance of reality as our foundation, we can now turn to techniques that help us manage the specific thoughts and judgments that so often interfere with this acceptance. The next chapter explores cognitive distancing learning to observe our thoughts without being automatically swept away by them. Chapter 7. Observing your thoughts. Cognitive distancing. Don't be carried away by the appearance of things, but give help according to your ability and their desert. And if they have suffered loss in matters indifferent, do not imagine that they have been harmed. Epictetus Enchiridion, 18 adapted, highlighting examination of appearance and impression. We've covered significant ground in constructing our emotional armor. We've dissected the nature of emotions as rooted in judgment, Chapter 2. Learn to focus our energy on what we control through the Dichotomy of Control, Chapter 3. Prepared for external difficulties using negative visualization, Chapter 4. Gain perspective with the view from above, Chapter 5, and even explored the profound practice of Amor Fati, loving our fate, Chapter 6. These tools equip us to understand our inner world, manage our focus, prepare for adversity, and cultivate acceptance of reality. However, putting these principles into practice, especially challenging judgments or embracing difficult realities with Amor Fati, often runs into a significant obstacle: our own minds. Specifically, our tendency to automatically believe, fuse with, and be swept away by the constant stream of thoughts, images, and internal commentary flowing through our consciousness. We hear the anxious thought, "I'm going to fail," and we become the failure. We hear the angry thought, "This is unfair," and we become the righteous anger. We get so entangled with the content of our thoughts that we lose the ability to see them clearly or choose our response rationally. This is where cognitive distancing comes in. It's the essential skill of learning to step back and observe our thoughts, as transient mental events, streams of words, fleeting images, internal narratives, rather than accepting them as literal truths, objective reality, or direct commands. It's about creating mental space, defusing from the constant chatter and recognizing that having a thought is not the same as that thought being true or helpful. If the dichotomy of control is the master key and Amor Fati is the ultimate alignment, cognitive distancing is the skillful hand that allows us to pause, examine the map, and choose our path deliberately rather than being dragged along by every mental impulse. Fusion versus distancing, entangled, or observing. Most of the time, we live in a state psychologists call cognitive fusion. We are fused with our thoughts, looking from them rather than at them. Our thoughts are like invisible goggles through which we perceive the world, and we don't even realize we're wearing them. If the thought, "this traffic is unbearable," arises in a state of fusion, we experience the traffic as unbearable reality. If the thought, "I'm not good enough for this job," appears, we experience ourselves as fundamentally inadequate. If the thought, "that person intentionally slighted me," pops up, we experience the slight as objective fact and intentional malice. In fusion, thoughts are treated as reality. They directly dictate our feelings and often drive our actions without any critical examination. We are entangled, hooked, carried away. Cognitive distancing, conversely, is the ability to untangle ourselves. It's looking at the thought rather than from it. It involves recognizing, "I am having the thought that this traffic is unbearable." The thought is separate from the objective reality of the traffic. There's the thought again that I'm not good enough. Recognizing it as a recurring mental event, perhaps a familiar story. My mind is generating the interpretation that the slight was intentional, acknowledging it as one possible interpretation among others. This subtle shift in perspective is incredibly powerful. It doesn't necessarily change the content of the thought immediately, but it changes our relationship to it. We move from being fused with the thought to being the observer of the thought. Think of these analogies for thoughts when you achieve distancing. Clouds in the sky. Thoughts are like clouds drifting through the vast sky of your awareness. Some are dark and stormy, others light and fluffy. You are the sky observing them come and go, not the clouds themselves. Leaves on a stream. Thoughts are like leaves floating down a stream. You sit on the bank, watching them appear, float past, and disappear downstream without needing to jump in and grab them. Cars on a road. Thoughts are like cars driving past on a busy road. You stand on the sidewalk, noticing them pass, without having to chase after each one or get hit by them. Actors on a stage. Thoughts are characters delivering lines on the stage of your mind. You are the audience, watching the play unfold, recognizing it as a performance, not necessarily reality. Pop-up ads. Annoying or intrusive thoughts can be seen as mental pop-up ads. They appear without invitation, but you don't have to click on them or believe their content. While techniques for cognitive distancing are prominent in modern therapies like cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, and acceptance and commitment therapy, ACT, the fundamental principle has deep roots in Stoicism, particularly in the rigorous examination of impressions. Why create space? The power of the pause. Why is learning to step back from our thoughts so crucial for building emotional armor? 1. Interrupting the reaction chain. As we learned in Chapter 2, The Stoic model involves event, impression, assent, emotion/impulse. Cognitive fusion essentially collapses the space between impression and assent. The thought is believed, triggering an immediate emotional reaction. Cognitive distancing inserts a vital pause in this chain. By seeing the impression as just an impression, a thought, we create the mental space needed to examine it rationally before automatically assenting and reacting. This pause is where our freedom lies. 2. Disarming negative thought loops. Much of our emotional suffering comes from getting caught in repetitive cycles of negative thinking, worry loops, self-criticism spirals, rumination about the past. Cognitive fusion fuels these loops because we treat each negative thought as important and true, hooking into the next one. Distancing allows us to recognize the pattern itself. There's the worry loop starting again. By observing the thoughts without getting entangled, we rob the loop of its fuel, allowing it to eventually dissipate. 3. Enabling rational reappraisal. You can't effectively challenge or reappraise a thought you're completely fused with. Stepping back allows you to look at the thought more objectively. Once distanced, you can ask critical questions. Is this thought actually true? Is it helpful? Is it based on a rational judgment or a distorted one? What's the evidence for and against it? Is there another way to see the situation? This examination process, central to Stoicism, becomes possible only after achieving some distance. 4. Reducing emotional intensity. Often the mere act of observing a thought non-judgmentally, without buying into it or fighting it, significantly reduces its emotional charge. When a thought like, "This is a disaster," is seen simply as a thought rather than objective fact, the associated feelings of panic or despair often lessen. The thought loses its power when it's recognized as just words or images in the mind. 5. Cultivating metacognition. Cognitive distancing is fundamentally an exercise in metacognition, thinking about your own thinking. Developing this capacity for self-awareness is essential for understanding your mental habits, identifying unhelpful patterns, and consciously choosing more rational and virtuous responses. Stoic Foundations. Let me test you impression. The Stoics might not have used the term cognitive distancing, but the practice was embedded in their core discipline of examining impressions, fantasiae. Epictetus, in particular, constantly hammered home the need to scrutinize the thoughts and appearances that present themselves to the mind before accepting them. Practice, then, from the very beginning to say to every harsh appearance, impression, "You are an appearance, and not at all the thing you appear to be." Then examine it, and test it by these rules which you have, and firstly, and chiefly, by this, whether it concerns the things which are within our own control, or those which are not. And if it concerns anything not within our control, be prepared to say that it is nothing to you. Enchiridion 1.5. That crucial first step saying, "You are an appearance and impression, and not at all the thing you appear to be," is cognitive distancing. It's recognizing the thought/impression as a mental event separate from reality. It's creating the space needed for the subsequent examination. Let me test you. The Stoics understood that without this initial pause and distancing, we remain slaves to our automatic reactions, carried away by every convincing appearance or emotionally charged thought. They train themselves to be vigilant gatekeepers of the mind, inspecting each impression before granting it entry and assent. Practical tools for untangling. How to practice distancing. Learning to distance yourself from thoughts is a skill that improves with practice. Here are several techniques you can experiment with. 1. Labeling the process. Instead of getting caught in the content of the thought, label the process of thinking itself. Mentally preface the thought with, I'm having the thought that, for example, I'm having the thought that I'll never finish this project. Or simply label thinking, worrying, judging, planning, remembering. Acknowledge recurring patterns. There's the I'm not good enough story, or that's my catastrophe script running. This simple act reminds you that these are mental activities, not necessarily reality. 2. Thanking your mind. Treat your mind like a well-meaning but sometimes overzealous suggestion machine. When an unhelpful or distressing thought pops up, mentally say, thanks, mind, for that suggestion/warning/story. I'll take it under consideration. This acknowledges the thought without validating it or arguing with it, creating polite distance. 3. Visualizing thoughts. Actively use the analogies mentioned earlier. Imagine the thought written on a fluffy white cloud drifting across a blue sky. Watch it float in and float out of view. Picture the thought written on a leaf placed gently onto a flowing stream and watch it drift away. See the thought displayed on a billboard or a passing train car as you stand watching. Imagine the thought being spoken by a cartoon character or a figure on a stage. These visualizations emphasize the transient, external nature of thoughts. 4. Altering the thought's form. Play with the thought to highlight its constructed nature. Repeat the thought slowly in your mind. Say it in a silly voice, for example, like Mickey Mouse or a robot. Sing the thought to the tune of Happy Birthday or another simple song. Imagine the thought written in brightly colored comical letters. This deflates the thought's seriousness and reduces its power. 5. Naming your stories. If you notice recurring themes or patterns in your negative thinking, for example, persistent self-criticism, anxious predictions, give those patterns a name. My inner critic is on the microphone again, or there's the What If Disaster Strikes radio show playing. Naming externalizes the pattern and makes it easier to recognize and disengage from when it appears. 6. Mindful observation. Thought watching. Similar to mindfulness meditation. Focusing on breath, you can practice simply observing thoughts as they arise in your mind. Notice them come, notice their content without judgment, and notice them pass. Don't try to stop them, change them, or engage with them. Just watch the stream of consciousness flow. Acknowledge each thought gently, thinking, and let it go. 7. Physicalizing, externalizing. Imagine taking the difficult thought out of your head and placing it metaphorically outside yourself, perhaps, on an empty chair across from you, or held gently in your open hands. This allows you to look at the thought from a distance, rather than being immersed in it. Experiment with these techniques to find which ones resonate most with you. The goal is always the same: to create space between you, the observer, and your thoughts, the observed mental events. The crucial next step: examination and choice. It's vital to remember that cognitive distancing is usually the first step, not the end goal. The space it creates is valuable precisely because it allows for the next step: conscious examination and choice. Once you've stepped back from a thought, you are in a position to 1. Examine it. Apply the Stoic tests. Is this thought true? Is it helpful? Does it concern things within my control or outside of it? Is it based on a rational judgment about good and evil, or distorted one. 2. Choose your assent. Decide consciously whether or not to believe or buy into the thought. You might choose to discard it as unhelpful, reappraise it from a more rational perspective, or accept its factual component while rejecting its emotional exaggeration. 3. Choose your action. Based on your rational examination, decide on a virtuous and constructive course of action, rather than reacting impulsively based on the initial fused thought. Cognitive distancing creates the clearing. Rational judgment and virtuous action are what you choose to do within that clearing. Conclusion. Becoming the observer of your mind. Learning to observe your thoughts without automatically fusing with them is a fundamental skill for building robust emotional armor. Cognitive distancing allows us to break free from the tyranny of automatic negative thinking, rumination, and worry. It creates the essential mental space needed to pause, reflect, examine our impressions with stoic rationality, and choose our responses deliberately. By practicing techniques like labeling, visualizing, or simply mindfully observing our thoughts as transient mental events, we shift from being passive subjects of our mental stream to active, aware observers. We learn that we are not our thoughts. We are the consciousness aware of the thoughts. This realization weakens the power of unhelpful thoughts, reduces emotional reactivity, and empowers us to engage with our inner world, and consequently, the outer world, with greater wisdom, calm, and control. This ability to manage our relationship with our thoughts paves the way for consistently applying the ultimate Stoic value judgment, the focus on virtue as the sole good, which provides the compass for navigating the choices we make within the space created by distancing. We turn to this cornerstone of Stoic ethics in the next chapter. Chapter 8. The Ultimate Goal. Virtue as the sole good. For the only good of a rational creature is fellowship with its neighbors. The only evil, the opposite. Paraphrase sentiment reflecting social virtue. Marcus Aurelius, various passages, for example, Meditations 5.16, 6.44. If you achieve greatness of character, what more do you lack? Seneca Moral Letters, 71.19, adapted. We have journeyed deep into the Stoic toolkit for building emotional armor. We've learned to dissect our emotions and trace them back to judgments, Chapter 2. To wield the master key of the Dichotomy of Control, Chapter 3. To prepare for adversity through negative visualization, Chapter 4. To gain perspective via the view from above, Chapter 5. To embrace reality through Amor Fati, Chapter 6. And crucially, to create mental space by practicing cognitive distancing, Chapter 7. This last skill, observing our thoughts without automatic fusion, opens up a critical space for conscious choice. But choice implies direction. If we create a pause between thought and action, what principles should guide our decisions within that pause? If we are to examine our impressions and challenge our automatic judgments, by what standards should we judge them? What is the ultimate goal we are striving for as we build our inner fortress? The Stoics provided a clear, unwavering, and perhaps challenging answer. The ultimate goal, the North Star guiding all our choices, the very foundation of a resilient and flourishing life, is virtue. More radically still, they argued that virtue is the sole or only true good. Everything else that people typically strive for, health, wealth, reputation, pleasure, even life itself, is, in the final analysis, morally indifferent. This chapter explores this cornerstone of Stoic ethics, understanding what virtue is, why the Stoics believed it alone holds intrinsic value, and how focusing on it becomes the ultimate strategy for achieving unshakable emotional armor and genuine well-being. What is this thing called virtue? Arete. When we hear the word virtue today, it might conjure images of piety, chastity, or perhaps a certain moral rigidity. The original Greek term, arete, had a broader meaning, excellence. It meant fulfilling one's purpose or function exceptionally well. The arete of a knife is to be sharp and cut well. The arete of a racehorse is to be swift and strong. So what is the arete of a human being? The Stoics, like Aristotle before them, argued that the unique function of humans is our capacity for reason. Therefore, human excellence, human virtue, lies in living rationally, in perfecting our reason and character, and in acting consistently in accordance with that perfected reason. The Stoics typically analyzed this overall excellence of character into 4 cardinal virtues. These are not entirely separate qualities, but rather interconnected facets of a single unified wisdom and goodness, like different sides of a single jewel. 1. Wisdom, Greek, Sophia or phronesis. This is the master virtue, the knowledge of what is truly good, bad, and indifferent. It involves sound judgment, practical understanding, logical reasoning, perspective, and the ability to discern the right course of action in complex situations. It's not just theoretical knowledge, but practical wisdom applied to living well. It allows us to navigate the world effectively, make sound decisions, understand ourselves and others, and correctly assess value. It guides the application of the other virtues. 2. Justice, Greek dikaiosune. This virtue governs our interactions with others. It encompasses fairness, honesty, kindness, empathy, integrity in our dealings, fulfilling our social duties, and acting for the common good. It stems from the Stoic understanding that humans are inherently social creatures, rational parts of a larger cosmic whole, cosmopolitanism. Justice means recognizing our interconnectedness and treating others with the respect and goodwill appropriate to fellow rational beings. It's about acting rightly within the human community. 3. Courage, Greek andreia, often translated as fortitude or manliness, from anerman. This virtue involves facing difficulty, danger, pain, hardship, or unpopularity with rational calm and integrity. It's not recklessness or the absence of fear. Even the sage might feel initial first movements. But rather, knowing what is truly fearful, only vice, acting against reason, and what is not, external indifference like pain or death, and acting accordingly. It includes endurance, perseverance, resilience in the face of setbacks, and standing up for what is right, even when it's difficult. 4. Temperance, Greek sophrosyne. This virtue relates to self-control, moderation, discipline, and maintaining inner balance. It involves mastering our desires and impulses, avoiding excesses of pleasure or passion, acting with propriety and decorum, and living in harmony with reason. It's about managing our appetites and emotions so they don't override our rational judgment. It fosters inner order and prevents us from being enslaved by fleeting desires or disruptive emotions. These 4 virtues, working together, constitute the ideal Stoic character, the character of the sage, or the person striving toward wisdom. They represent the peak of human rational and moral excellence. The radical claim, why is virtue the only good? Here lies the most challenging, yet perhaps most powerful, assertion of Stoic ethics. Only this state of rational, virtuous character is intrinsically good. Conversely, only its opposite vice, folly, injustice, cowardice, intemperance, is intrinsically bad. Everything else falls into the category of indifference, adiaphora. Remember the indifference from Chapter 3? Health, illness, wealth, poverty, reputation, obscurity, pleasure, pain, life, death. These things are not, in themselves, good or bad. They do not determine our moral worth or our true happiness. Why did the Stoics make such a radical claim, seemingly flying in the face of common sense and human experience? Their reasoning was multi-layered. The argument from control. As established by the dichotomy of control, only our own judgments, intentions, and actions, the sphere of virtue, are completely within our power. Everything else is subject to external factors, luck, fate. The Stoics argued that something can only be considered a true good if it is stable, reliable, and always attainable through our own efforts. Externals fail this test. Virtue passes. You can always choose to act wisely, justly, courageously, and temperately, regardless of circumstances. Therefore, only virtue qualifies as the true good. The argument from sufficiency. The Stoics believed that virtue alone is sufficient for eudaimonia, a flourishing, well-lived life. A person possessing wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance has everything they truly need to live excellently and achieve the highest human potential, regardless of whether they are rich or poor, healthy or sick, praised or criticized. External goods might make life more comfortable or provide more opportunities for virtuous action, but they are not necessary for a flourishing life. Conversely, possessing all the external advantages in the world without virtue leads not to flourishing, but often to misery, anxiety, and moral corruption. The argument from use. Virtue, by its very nature, can only be used well. Wisdom always guides towards good choices, justice towards right action, courage towards noble endurance, temperance towards balance. External indifference, however, can be used either well or poorly, depending on the character of the person possessing them. Wealth can fund philanthropy, virtuous use, or fuel destructive addictions, vicious use. Health can enable service to others, virtuous use, or facilitate debauchery, vicious use. Intelligence and indifferent can be used for brilliant scientific discovery or for masterminding elaborate crimes. Only virtue itself guarantees a good outcome in terms of moral action. This doctrine is profoundly countercultural. Most societies, ancient and modern, implicitly or explicitly teach that happiness lies in attaining external goods, wealth, status, pleasure, power, romantic love, perfect health. The Stoics argued this is a fundamental error, a mistaken judgment that leads directly to the passions, anxiety about gaining these things, fear of losing them, distress when they are absent, irrational pleasure when they are present. By relocating the definition of good solely within our own character and rational agency, Stoicism aims to cut off the passions at their root and build a foundation for unshakable inner peace. Eudaimonia, flourishing through virtue. If virtue is the only good, what then is the ultimate goal of life? The Stoics called it eudaimonia. This Greek term is often translated as happiness, but that can be misleading if we equate happiness solely with pleasure or positive feelings, hedonia. Eudaimonia is better understood as human flourishing, living in accordance with virtue, realizing one's full potential as a rational being, living an excellent life. It's not primarily about feeling good, but about being good and doing good in the sense of acting virtuously. The profound positive feeling that accompanies eudaimonia, the Stoic sense of joy, chara, tranquility, apatheia, and inner peace, is considered a byproduct of living virtuously and not the goal itself. Chasing feelings is unreliable because feelings depend largely on external events and fleeting judgments. Chasing virtue, however, provides a stable internal compass and leads indirectly to the most durable and meaningful form of well-being. Imagine two individuals facing identical hardships, say, a serious illness. One person, lacking virtue, judges the illness as an absolute evil, leading to despair, self-pity, and perhaps lashing out at others, out of distress, fear, injustice. Their focus is on the lost external health. The other person, striving for virtue, accepts the illness as a dispreferred indifferent, outside their ultimate control, focuses on enduring it with courage and patience, treats their caregivers with kindness, justice, seeks wise medical counsel, wisdom, and maintains self-control, temperance. While they may experience physical pain, their inner state remains fundamentally untroubled because they are living in accordance with their values, fulfilling their human potential for a rational response, even amidst suffering. The second person, according to the Stoics, is closer to eudaimonia, even though their external circumstances are difficult. Their happiness derives from their character, not their condition. Living by the compass of virtue. Practical implications. Accepting virtue as the sole good isn't just an intellectual exercise. It fundamentally changes how we approach life. Your ultimate decision filter. When faced with any choice, big or small, the primary question becomes, what is the virtuous thing to do here? Which option best aligns with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance? Considerations of personal gain, pleasure, comfort, or avoiding pain become secondary to acting in accordance with your character. Redefining success and failure. True success lies in the intention and effort to act virtuously, regardless of the outcome, which is often outside your control. True failure lies in choosing vice, acting foolishly, unjustly, cowardly, or intemperately. This frees you from the anxiety of external results and allows you to find satisfaction in simply doing your best according to your values. Transforming your relationship with indifference. You start seeing external things, health, wealth, reputation, etc., not as ends in themselves, but as tools or materials. If you have preferred indifference, like health or resources, the question becomes, how can I use these virtuously? For example, use health to serve others. Use wealth justly. If you face dispreferred indifference, like illness or loss, the question becomes, how can I respond to this virtuously? For example, respond to illness with courage, respond to loss with the temperance. The focus always returns to your character, anchoring self-worth internally. Your sense of self-worth becomes grounded entirely in your character and your commitment to living rationally and virtuously. It is no longer dependent on external validation, praise, status, achievements, appearance, possessions. This creates a stable, internal source of confidence and resilience that cannot be shaken by external events or others' opinions. Prioritizing social responsibility. Recognizing justice as a cardinal virtue means understanding that acting for the common good, treating others fairly, and fulfilling our social roles are not optional extras, but essential components of a flourishing human life. Our personal virtue is expressed in large part through our contribution to the human community. The lifelong practice of cultivating virtue. Living consistently by the compass of virtue is, of course, incredibly challenging. We are constantly pulled by ingrained habits, societal pressures, and powerful desires for external things or aversions to discomfort. The Stoics viewed the pursuit of virtue as a lifelong endeavor, a continuous process of practice, reflection, and refinement, ascesis. Perfection, the state of the mythical sage, might be unattainable, but progress is always possible. How can we actively cultivate virtue in daily life? Daily reflection, virtue journaling. Take time each day, perhaps evening, to review your actions and judgments. Where did you act in accordance with the 4 virtues? Where did you fall short? What situations triggered unvirtuous responses? What judgments were involved? What could you do differently next time? This builds self-awareness and reinforces virtuous intentions. Study exemplars, role models. Read about and reflect on the lives of those who embodied Stoic virtues, whether historical figures, Socrates, Cato the Younger, Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, or contemporary individuals you admire for their character. How did they handle adversity? What principles guided their actions? Learning from examples can provide inspiration and practical insight. Premeditate virtuous action. Before entering a potentially challenging situation, a difficult conversation, a stressful meeting, a tempting scenario, take a moment to consider, how can I best express wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance in this upcoming situation? Setting a virtuous intention beforehand increases the likelihood of acting accordingly. Analyze ethical dilemmas. Practice thinking through hypothetical or real-life ethical challenges using the 4 virtues as your framework. What would wisdom advise? What does justice require? What would courage look like? How does temperance apply? This sharpens your ethical reasoning skills. Focus on small steps. Don't expect overnight transformation. Focus on making small, consistent choices aligned with virtue in your daily interactions and decisions. Each virtuous choice strengthens the habit and builds momentum. Conclusion. The true north of emotional armor. The Stoic doctrine of virtue as the sole good is perhaps the most radical and demanding aspect of the philosophy, yet it is also the most empowering. It provides a clear, unwavering answer to the fundamental question of what truly matters in life. By defining the good not in fragile, uncontrollable externals, but in the quality of our own character and rational choices, Stoicism offers a path to genuine, unshakable well-being eudaimonia. Focusing on virtue, cultivating wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance in all we do becomes the ultimate strategy for building emotional armor. It provides the compass to navigate the choices we face within the space created by cognitive distancing. It gives meaning to our struggles, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth. It anchors our self-worth internally, freeing us from dependence on external validation. It leads ultimately, not necessarily, to a life free from pain or difficulty, but to a life lived with purpose, integrity, resilience, and a profound inner peace that circumstance cannot touch. With this understanding of virtue as our guiding principle, we are now equipped to apply the entire Stoic toolkit to the specific challenges of daily life. In the next chapter, we'll focus on one of the most common arenas for emotional difficulty, navigating our interactions with other people. Chapter 9, Navigating the Social World. Dealing with difficult people. Begin the morning by saying to yourself, I shall meet with the busybody, the ungrateful, arrogant, deceitful, envious, unsocial. All these things happen to them by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 2.1. We spent the last chapter exploring the heart of Stoic ethics. The pursuit of virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance as the sole true good and the ultimate goal of life. We establish virtue as the compass guiding our choices within the space created by cognitive distancing, the standard by which we measure true success, and the internal anchor for our self-worth and resilience. A crucial aspect of virtue, particularly justice, involves our interactions with others. Humans are inherently social creatures. We live, work, and find meaning within a complex web of relationships. Yet, ironically, these very interactions are often the primary source of our emotional disturbances. Dealing with difficult colleagues, frustrating family members, rude strangers, unfair criticism, or perceived slights can easily breach our emotional armor, triggering anger, resentment, anxiety, and hurt. How can the Stoic Toolkit help us navigate this challenging social landscape while maintaining our inner peace and integrity? This chapter focuses on applying the principles we've learned, understanding judgments, the dichotomy of control, virtue ethics, specifically to the art of dealing with other people, especially when they prove difficult. It's about learning to interact with others skillfully, justly, and resiliently, protecting our tranquility without withdrawing from the world. Understanding the source, why people act the way they do. The first, and perhaps most transformative, Stoic insight for dealing with difficult people is understanding why they act in ways we find upsetting. The Stoic view, inherited from Socrates, is radical. Wrongdoing stems fundamentally from ignorance, not malice. People do things that are unjust, unkind, arrogant, or deceitful because they hold mistaken judgments about what is truly good, bad, or indifferent. They are pursuing what they think is beneficial or right based on flawed reasoning or values. The arrogant person likely judges external status or superiority as a true good. The deceitful person likely judges personal gain achieved through dishonesty as more valuable than integrity. The ungrateful person likely fails to recognize or properly value the benefit received, or perhaps judges expressing gratitude as somehow diminishing. The angry or rude person is likely reacting to their own flawed judgments about a perceived slight or injustice, believing their outburst is a necessary or justified response. As Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, people act poorly by reason of their ignorance of what is good and evil. They mistake indifferent things like wealth, reputation, or getting their way for true goods, and they mistake virtue, like honesty, kindness, or fairness, as unimportant or even detrimental to achieving those false goods. They are, in a sense, psychologically and morally confused. Why is this perspective so powerful? Because it shifts our emotional response away from anger, outrage, and resentment towards something more like understanding, sympathy, or even pity. If someone acts badly out of ignorance, like a child misbehaving because they don't know better, or someone stumbling in the dark because they can't see, does intense anger make sense? Or is a calmer, more constructive response more appropriate? Marcus Aurelius advised, when people injure you, ask yourself what good or harm they thought would come of it. If you understand that, you'll feel sympathy rather than outrage or anger. Or is it your estimate that's mistaken? Then rethink your assumptions. Showing them their mistake is also an option. Meditation 7.26, adapted. This doesn't mean condoning harmful behavior. It means recognizing its source in flawed thinking, which allows us to detach personally and respond more rationally. It prevents us from taking others' actions as personal attacks designed solely to harm us, seeing them instead as expressions of their internal state, their mistaken beliefs. Reinforcing the boundary, the dichotomy of control in relationships. This understanding feeds directly into the relentless application of the Dichotomy of Control, Chapter 3, in our social lives. Let's reiterate forcefully. What others think, feel, say, or do is not up to us. Their judgments, their emotions, their actions, these belong entirely to their sphere of control. driven by their own, potentially flawed reasoning. What is up to us is our judgment about their actions. They acted unjustly, which is a reflection of their vice, but it doesn't harm my character unless I react viciously. Our own emotional response, choosing calm over anger, understanding over resentment. Our intentions towards them, choosing goodwill even if setting boundaries. Our own actions and words, choosing to respond with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. So much interpersonal suffering comes from violating this boundary. We try to force people to like us, agree with us, appreciate us, or behave according to our standards. We get angry when they don't meet our expectations, anxious about their opinions, and frustrated by their choices. This is like trying to control the weather, a futile and exhausting endeavor. The Stoic approach redirects our energy entirely. Focus on being the best version of yourself, the most virtuous person you can be in the interaction, regardless of how the other person behaves. Your goal isn't to control them. Your goal is to manage yourself excellently. This is where your power and peace reside. Stoic strategies for common social challenges. Let's apply these core principles to specific, difficult situations. 1. Dealing with insults and criticism. Examine the content, wisdom. Epictetus offered a brilliant filter. Is the criticism true? If yes, the person has actually done you a favor by pointing out a fault you can now correct. Thank them internally or externally for the feedback. If the criticism is false, then it stems from their ignorance or misunderstanding. Why should their error disturb your peace? It's like getting upset because someone mistakenly claims Cebu City is the capital of Luzon. It's simply incorrect information, reflecting poorly on them, not on the reality of Cebu. Remember indifference, a detachment. Most insults target things outside our control, our appearance, intelligence as perceived by others, background, possessions, or reputation. Remember that these are morally indifferent. Your true worth lies in your character, virtue, which cannot be harmed by mere words. Anchor your self-esteem internally, not in others' opinions. Practice cognitive distancing. Chapter 7. Observe the hurtful words as just sounds or text. Recognize the sting as an initial impression. Create space before assenting to the judgment. This insult diminishes me. Label the thought, having the thought that their words define me. Choose your response, virtue. Reacting with defensive anger usually escalates the situation and shows you have been harmed by letting their judgment dictate your emotional state. Consider a virtuous response. Wisdom. Is any response needed? Is the person open to reason? Courage. Standing calmly without being provoked. Temperance. Avoiding impulsive, angry retorts. Maintaining self-control. Justice. Responding fairly, perhaps with humor, quiet dignity, or by calmly correcting factual errors if necessary and appropriate. Sometimes the most powerful response is rational silence, demonstrating that their words have no power over your inner state. 2. Handling anger, rudeness, or aggression from others. Recall their ignorance. Remind yourself immediately, this person is acting this way because of their own flawed judgments and likely inner turmoil. They believe this behavior is somehow justified or necessary. It's a reflection of their state, not mine. This fosters understanding over reactive anger. Imagine them stumbling in the dark. Maintain your citadel, temperance. Their anger does not require your anger in return. Don't mirror their emotional state. Focus on maintaining your own rational calm. Breathe. Pause. Remember your commitment to virtue. Apply the dichotomy. Their outburst is not up to you. Your internal response and subsequent actions are. Focus entirely on managing yourself well. Assess the situation. Wisdom. Is engaging helpful or possible? Sometimes a calm, assertive response setting a boundary is needed. I understand you're upset, but I won't continue this conversation if you're yelling. Other times, especially with strangers or in unsafe situations, strategic disengagement is the wisest course. Practice sympathy, justice. While not excusing harmful behavior, try to cultivate a sense of sympathy for the likely suffering or confusion underlying their anger. As Marcus Aurelius suggested, if they cannot be taught, they must be endured ideally with a degree of compassion for their flawed condition. 3. Coping with ingratitude. Examine your motive. Wisdom. Why did you perform the kind act in the first place? Was it purely for the sake of acting virtuously, justly, kindly? Or were you implicitly seeking the reward of gratitude, an external outside your control? Virtue is its own reward. If you acted virtuously, the act itself aligning with your character is the primary good and reward. As Seneca argued extensively in On Benefits, the value lies in the giving, done with right intention, regardless of the reception. Expecting gratitude turns a virtuous act into a transaction. Their judgment, not yours. The other person's lack of gratitude reflects their character, their judgments, their potential ignorance of social grace or the value of what was given. It says something about them, not about you or the value of your action. Don't let their flaw become your disturbance. Continue acting virtuously, just as courage. Don't let others' ingratitude deter you from future acts of kindness or fulfilling your duties. Continue to act well for the sake of acting well. 4. Navigating disagreements and conflict. Seek understanding, wisdom, justice. Try genuinely to understand the other person's perspective. What are their underlying assumptions, values, and judgments? Listen actively. You don't have to agree, but understanding can de-escalate conflict. Focus on reason, not emotion. Temperance. Stick to logical arguments and objective facts. Avoid personal attacks, name-calling, or getting swept up in emotional reactions. Model the rational discourse you wish to receive. Humility and openness. Wisdom. Be willing to admit when you might be wrong or when the other person has a valid point. The goal should be truth or a mutually acceptable resolution, not simply winning the argument. Accept disagreement, dichotomy, Amor Fati. Recognize that you cannot control whether someone else agrees with you. Sometimes, despite best efforts, consensus is impossible. Accept this reality without frustration, focusing instead on having conducted yourself virtuously during the discussion. Agree to disagree respectfully where necessary. 5. Managing difficult relationships. Family, colleagues, etc. Consistency is key. Apply all the above principles consistently over time. These relationships often provide the most frequent and challenging tests of our emotional armor. Focus on your role, justice. Concentrate on fulfilling your duties and responsibilities within the relationship virtuously. For example, being a respectful child, a supportive partner, a fair colleague, regardless of whether the other person reciprocates perfectly. Set rational boundaries, wisdom/justice/courage. Stoicism doesn't mean being a doormat. If someone's behavior is consistently harmful or unjust, it is rational and just, both to yourself and potentially to them by not enabling vice, to set clear, firm boundaries. Do this calmly, assertively, and based on reason, not reactive anger. Explain your position clearly and consequences if boundaries are crossed. Practice Amor Fati. Accept the reality of the person and the relationship as they currently are, outside your full control. Stop wishing they were different. Within that acceptance, focus on your own virtuous choices and actions. Find peace in managing your side of the equation excellently. The indispensable role of justice and kindness. It's crucial to counter a potential misunderstanding of Stoicism. Does all this focus on inner control, detachment from externals, and understanding others' ignorance lead to becoming cold, aloof, or uncaring? Absolutely not. Justice is one of the four cardinal virtues, demanding fair, kind, and socially responsible behavior. The Stoics believed humans are inherently social beings, designed by nature to live and cooperate in communities. Our reason connects us not just to the cosmos, but to each other. The philosopher Heracles described our duties using concentric circles. The self at the center, then family, friends, local community, country, and finally, all of humanity. Our task is to constantly draw these circles inwards, extending our sense of care and responsibility outwards towards the common good. Therefore, acting justly and kindly isn't merely an option. It's a requirement of living according to our rational and social nature. When dealing with difficult people, the goal isn't just to protect our own peace, but also to act in a way that is fair and, where possible, beneficial to them and the community. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself of this duty. Human beings have been made for the sake of one another. Teach them or endure them. Meditations 8.559. Teaching, gently correcting ignorance, and kindness are the preferred methods. Patient endurance without compromising our own virtue is the fallback. Responding to injustice or ignorance with our own vice, for example, anger, cruelty, helps no one and violates our own nature. Conclusion. Social judo for inner peace. Navigating the social world is an unavoidable part of life and often a major challenge to our emotional equilibrium. The Stoic approach provides a powerful form of social judo. Instead of meeting force with force, anger with anger, insult with insult, we use understanding, reason, and inner resilience to redirect the negative energy and maintain our own balance. By remembering that others act from ignorance, by rigorously applying the dichotomy of control to focus only on our own responses, by practicing specific techniques for handling insults, anger, and conflict, and by grounding our actions in the virtue of justice, we can significantly reduce the power of difficult people to disturb our inner peace. We learn to engage with the social world not as fragile victims tossed about by others' moods and actions, but as resilient, rational agents committed to acting virtuously, regardless of the circumstances. This is a vital component of robust emotional armor, allowing us to remain connected to humanity without sacrificing our tranquility. Having explored how to apply Stoicism to our inner world and our social interactions, we now turn to synthesizing these practices and understanding how they contribute to building lasting overall resilience. Chapter 10. Building Resilience. How Stoic practices strengthen emotional fortitude. Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. Seneca, Moral Letters 13.3, adapted. Does what's happened keep you from acting with justice, generosity, self-control, sanity, prudence, honesty, humility, straightforwardness, and all the other qualities that allow a person's nature to fulfill itself? So remember this principle when something threatens to cause you pain. The thing itself was no misfortune at all. To endure it and prevail is great good fortune. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 4.49, adapted. We have journeyed through the core arsenal of Stoic philosophy, assembling the essential components of our emotional armor piece by piece. We began by understanding the Stoic view of emotions as products of our judgments, Chapter 2. We grasped the liberating dichotomy of control, Chapter 3, and learned to prepare for adversity with negative visualization, Chapter 4. We expanded our perspective with the view from above, Chapter 5, cultivated radical acceptance through Amor Fati, Chapter 6, and developed the crucial skill of cognitive distancing to observe our thoughts, Chapter 7. We then identified virtue as our ultimate goal and guiding compass, Chapter 8, and applied these principles to the complexities of social interactions, Chapter 9. Now it's time to step back and see how these individual tools and concepts work together synergistically to build something greater than the sum of their parts, deep, enduring emotional resilience. What does resilience truly mean in a Stoic context? It's not just about bouncing back to where you were before adversity struck. It's about facing life's inevitable challenges, the setbacks, the losses, the pains, the difficult people with inner strength, maintaining your equilibrium, learning from the experience, and continuing to act in accordance with the virtue. It's the capacity to endure hardship without being broken by it, to navigate storms without losing your inner compass, and perhaps even to emerge stronger and wiser on the other side. This chapter explores how the consistent practice of the Stoic disciplines we've covered systematically cultivates this profound emotional fortitude. The resilience engine. How each Stoic practice contributes. Each tool in the Stoic toolkit plays a specific role in strengthening our ability to withstand and navigate life's difficulties. Understanding judgments, Chapter 2. The foundation of agency. Recognizing that our emotional suffering stems primarily from our judgments about events, not the events themselves, is the foundational insight for resilience. It shifts the locus of control inward. If our distress comes from our judgments, then by changing our judgments, we can change our emotional experience. This realization combats feelings of helplessness and empowers us to take responsibility for our inner state, which is the starting point for building resilience. Dichotomy of Control, Chapter 3. Conserving energy, focusing power. This principle is a masterstroke for resilience. By teaching us to differentiate between what we can control, our inner world, and what we can't, externals, it prevents us from wasting precious mental and emotional energy trying to manage the unmanageable. This conserved energy can then be focused entirely on what does make a difference: our responses, our actions, our character. This targeted focus builds a sense of competence and agency, reducing the anxiety and frustration that come from battling uncontrollable reality, thereby strengthening our capacity to handle what life throws at us. Negative visualization, Chapter 4. Psychological inoculation and gratitude. This practice builds resilience in two key ways. Firstly, by mentally rehearsing potential difficulties, premeditatio malorum. It acts like a psychological vaccine, reducing the shock and impact of actual adversity when it occurs. Familiarity breeds preparedness. Secondly, by highlighting the potential loss of things we value, it dramatically increases our gratitude for what we have now. Gratitude is a powerful resilience factor, fostering contentment and perspective, making us less vulnerable to dissatisfaction and despair when faced with loss. View from above, Chapter 5. Perspective and proportion. Taking a cosmic perspective shrinks our personal problems down to size. By viewing our immediate concerns against the vast backdrop of space and time, we gain objectivity and emotional distance. This prevents us from being overwhelmed by seemingly enormous troubles and fosters a sense of calm detachment. Resilience requires proportion. The view from above provides it, reminding us that most of our daily struggles are minor ripples in a vast ocean. Amor Fati. Chapter 6. Transforming Obstacles into Fuel. This is perhaps the most advanced resilience technique. By moving beyond mere acceptance to actively loving whatever happens, we fundamentally alter our relationship with adversity. Obstacles are no longer seen as impediments to be resented, but as necessary parts of reality and opportunities to practice virtue. What stands in the way becomes the way. This mindset eliminates complaint, fosters profound peace even amidst turmoil, and allows us to extract strength and wisdom from the very challenges that threaten to break us. It builds resilience by turning potential weaknesses into sources of strength. Cognitive Distancing. Chapter 7. Creating Space for Reason. This skill is the operational mechanism that allows us to apply the other principles effectively. By learning to observe our thoughts as thoughts, rather than fusing with them, we create the mental space needed to pause, challenge irrational judgments, apply the dichotomy of control, choose a virtuous response, and practice acceptance, or Amor Fati. Without cognitive distance, we remain vulnerable to being hijacked by automatic, negative thoughts and emotional reactions, undermining our resilience. Virtue as the sole good. Chapter 8. The Unshakable Foundation. Anchoring our ultimate value and sense of self-worth solely in our character, virtue, provides an internal foundation that external circumstances cannot shake. If our goal is to act wisely, justly, courageously, and temperately, then any situation, no matter how difficult, becomes an opportunity to succeed in what truly matters. Resilience, in this context, isn't just bouncing back to comfort, but bouncing back to virtuous action. This provides an enduring sense of purpose and stability that transcends external fortune. Social Application. Chapter 9. Resilience in Relationships. Applying these principles to our interactions with others, understanding their ignorance, focusing on our own response, maintaining boundaries virtuously builds resilience, specifically against social stressors. It protects our inner peace from being dependent on others' approval, behavior, or opinions, allowing us to navigate the complexities of human relationships with greater calm and integrity. Each of these practices builds a specific muscle of emotional fortitude. Together, they create a comprehensive system for mental and emotional strength training. The power of synergy, more than just individual tools. While each Stoic practice offers benefits in isolation, their true power lies in their synergistic interaction. They are not just a random collection of techniques. They form an integrated philosophical system where each part supports and enhances the others. Think of building physical fitness. You might do cardiovascular exercise for endurance, weight training for strength, and stretching for flexibility. Each is beneficial on its own, but combining them creates a well-rounded, robust physical capacity far greater than any single exercise could produce. Similarly, Stoic practices work together. The dichotomy of control makes negative visualization more effective because we know to focus our preparation on our response, controllable, rather than trying to prevent the external event, uncontrollable. Cognitive distancing creates the space needed to challenge the initial judgments that understanding judgments identifies as the source of passion. The view from above reinforces the dichotomy of control by highlighting the vastness of the uncontrollable, making acceptance easier. Practicing Amor Fati becomes more achievable when we understand virtue as the sole good, as we learn to value the opportunity for virtuous response above the external circumstance itself. Applying these principles in social interactions provides constant, real-world practice that strengthens all the underlying skills. The goal isn't just to learn individual techniques, but to cultivate an integrated Stoic mindset, a way of perceiving, judging, and responding to the world grounded in reason, virtue, and acceptance. This mindset becomes our default operating system, allowing us to navigate life with greater resilience automatically, rather than having to consciously deploy specific tools in every crisis, though conscious application remains crucial, especially during learning. Resilience is forged, not found. The importance of practice, ascesis. It's essential to understand that emotional resilience, like physical strength or musical skill, is not something you are simply born with or magically attain overnight. It is built incrementally through consistent, deliberate practice, ascesis in Greek, meaning training or discipline. Forging emotional armor requires effort, patience, and persistence. There will be days when you effortlessly apply the dichotomy of control, observe your thoughts with calm detachment, and face challenges with virtuous resolve. There will also be days when you get swept away by anger, fall back into anxious thought loops, or struggle intensely with acceptance. This is normal. This is part of the process. Resilience isn't about never falling down. It's about getting back up, learning from the fall, and recommitting to the practice. It includes the resilience to recover from lapses in resilience. When you falter, 1. Notice it without harsh judgment. Acknowledge that you reacted in a way inconsistent with your Stoic principles. Avoid layering self-criticism on top of the initial disturbance. 2. Reflect. Apply wisdom. What specific judgment led you astray? Where did you fail to apply the dichotomy? What triggered the fusion with negative thoughts? 3. Recommit to practice. Remind yourself of your principles and intention. Resolve to apply them more diligently next time. 4. Practice self-compassion, justice to yourself. Treat yourself with the same understanding you strive to offer others who act out of ignorance. Learning takes time. The Stoics were realists. They knew this path required lifelong effort. Seneca often spoke of himself as a progressor, not a perfected sage. The key is the direction of travel and the commitment to the journey, not immediate perfection. Every time you pause, reflect, and choose a more rational or virtuous response, you are strengthening the pathways in your brain, making resilience more habitual. Beyond coping, resilience as the foundation for flourishing. While Stoicism provides powerful tools for coping with hardship, its ultimate aim is higher than mere survival or damage control. Stoic resilience is not just about enduring pain stoically. It's the necessary foundation for living a truly flourishing life, eudaimonia. By learning to manage destructive emotions, focus our energy effectively, accept reality, and ground our worth in virtue, we liberate ourselves from the anxieties, frustrations, and attachments that hold us back. This inner freedom allows us to engage more fully with life. When we're not constantly battling inner turmoil or fearing external events, we have more energy and presence to engage meaningfully with our work, relationships, and passions. Act more effectively for the common good. Resilience frees us from self-absorption and fear, enabling us to contribute more effectively and courageously to the well-being of others. Justice. Pursue goals with greater persistence. Knowing that setbacks are opportunities for virtue and that our worth isn't tied to outcomes allows us to pursue challenging goals with greater tenacity and less fear of failure. Experience deeper contentment. By finding satisfaction in virtuous action and accepting reality through Amor Fati, we cultivate a stable inner contentment that is less dependent on the roller coaster of external circumstances. Resilience, therefore, isn't just a shield. It's the stable platform from which we can launch ourselves into a life of purpose, contribution, and genuine flourishing. It allows us to not just withstand the waves, but to learn to surf them with skill and even joy. Conclusion: the resilient mind, the flourishing life. Building emotional resilience is the core promise of practicing Stoicism. It's the practical outcome of diligently applying the principles and techniques we've explored throughout this book. By understanding our judgments, mastering the dichotomy of control, preparing through negative visualization, gaining perspective from the view from above, embracing reality with Amor Fati, practicing cognitive distancing, and centering our lives on virtue, we systematically forge an inner fortitude capable of weathering life's inevitable storms. This resilience isn't a rigid, brittle armor, but a flexible, adaptable strength. The strength to bend without breaking, to learn from adversity, and to consistently choose rational and virtuous responses. It is built not in grand gestures, but through consistent daily practice, reflection, and self-correction. It's a lifelong journey, not a final destination. The reward for this effort is not a life free from difficulty, but something far more valuable, a life lived with greater peace, purpose, wisdom, and the unshakable inner strength to flourish no matter what external circumstances may bring. Having understood how these practices build resilience, our next step is to explore how to integrate them concretely into our daily lives, creating sustainable routines that keep our emotional armor strong and well-maintained. Chapter 11. Your Daily Stoic Toolkit, Integrating Practices into a Routine. Every day and night, keep thoughts like these at hand. Write them, read them aloud, talk of them to yourself and to others. Epictetus Discourses 3.24.103, adapted. Let us prepare our minds as if we'd come to the very end of life. Let us postpone nothing. Let us balance life's books each day. The one who puts the finishing touches on their life each day is never short of time. Seneca, Moral Letters 101.7-8. In the previous chapter, we explored how the various Stoic principles and techniques we've learned work together synergistically to build deep emotional resilience. We defined this resilience not just as bouncing back, but as the capacity to face life's challenges with virtue, wisdom, and inner peace, potentially emerging stronger. We also emphasized a crucial point. Resilience, like physical fitness, is not a static achievement, but is forged and maintained through consistent, deliberate practice, the Stoic concept of ascesis. Knowing the tools is one thing, wielding them effectively day in and day out is another. Abstract, philosophical understanding only transforms into tangible, emotional armor when it's woven into the fabric of our daily lives. How do we move from appreciating Stoic ideas to actually living them? The answer lies in establishing routines and habits that consistently bring these principles to mind and guide our actions. Just as an athlete follows a training schedule, or a musician practices scales, someone seeking to cultivate inner strength benefits immensely from structured daily practices. These routines act as anchors, reminding us of our philosophical commitments amidst the distractions and demands of everyday life. They provide dedicated moments for preparation, real-time application, and reflective consolidation. The Stoics themselves understood this well, advocating for regular exercises like morning preparation and evening reviews. This chapter provides a practical toolkit, offering concrete suggestions for building your own daily Stoic routine morning, noon, and night to keep your emotional armor strong and well maintained. The power of ritual and routine. Why place such emphasis on routine? Habit formation. Consistent repetition turns conscious effort into subconscious habit. Integrating Stoic practices into a daily schedule makes them less reliant on willpower and more automatic over time. Reinforcement. Regular engagement with Stoic principles keeps them fresh in our minds, preventing them from becoming dusty intellectual concepts. Structure and chaos. Daily routines provide predictable moments of calm, reflection, and intention setting, offering stability even when external events feel chaotic. Concrete application. Routines translate abstract philosophy into specific actions, journaling, reflection, meditation, making the practice tangible and measurable. Compounding effects. Small, consistent daily efforts compound over weeks, months, and years, leading to significant long-term growth in resilience and virtue far more than sporadic bursts of intense effort. Think of your Stoic practice like tending a garden, as Seneca suggested. It requires regular watering, daily reflection, weeding, challenging negative judgments, and cultivating the soil, reinforcing principles, to flourish. A consistent routine ensures the garden doesn't get neglected. The morning fortification, setting the tone. How you start your day often sets the tone for everything that follows. A Stoic morning routine aims to prepare the mind, align your intentions with virtue, and anticipate potential challenges before stepping out into the world. This doesn't need to be lengthy. Even 15 minutes of focused practice can make a significant difference. Consider incorporating some of these elements. 1. Mindful awakening. Instead of immediately grabbing your phone or rushing into tasks, take just a minute or two upon wake. Pause, breathe consciously, feel gratitude simply for waking up to a new day, a fresh opportunity to practice virtue. Acknowledge the start of a new period of moral work. 2. Principle review. Briefly remind yourself of core Stoic ideas. You might read a single inspiring quote from Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus Seneca. Review your notes on the Dichotomy of Control, or simply state the goal. Today I will focus on what is up to me, my judgments and actions, and accept what is not. I will strive to act with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. 3. Premeditatio Valorum. Brief version. 4. Spend a few moments contemplating potential challenges or difficulties you might face today. Consider specific tasks or meetings that might be stressful. Potential frustrations. For example, traffic delays, a common Cebu experience. Difficult colleagues. Interactions with specific people you find challenging. The possibility of unexpected setbacks. Crucially, don't just dwell on the potential negative. Mentally rehearse how you intend to respond virtuously. If I get stuck in traffic, I will practice patience and use the time for reflection. If my colleague is critical, I will listen calmly and respond rationally. If unexpected problems arise, I will focus on my response, not the event itself. This prepares you mentally and reduces the element of surprise. Remember Marcus Aurelius preparing to meet difficult people, Meditations 2.1. 4. Setting virtuous intentions. Cultivate. Based on your anticipated day, set specific intentions related to the 4 virtues. Make them concrete. Wisdom. I will strive to make thoughtful decisions in the team meeting. I will pause before reacting emotionally. Justice. I will listen fairly to others' perspectives. I will be kind and helpful to my family colleagues. I will fulfill my responsibilities diligently. Courage. I will tackle that difficult task I've been avoiding. I will speak up honestly, but respectfully if needed. I will endure discomfort with patience, temperance. I will practice moderation in eating, drinking. I will manage my time effectively and avoid procrastination. I will control my impulses to complain or gossip. 5. Contemplating your roles, justice. Briefly reflect on the different roles you play: parent, child, spouse, friend, employee, citizen. What duties do these roles entail? How can you fulfill them virtuously today? This connects your personal practice to your social responsibilities. 6. Expressing gratitude, GH4. Consciously bring to mind specific things you are grateful for, big or small. Your health, even if imperfect, loved ones, shelter, the ability to reason, the beauty of nature, perhaps the view of the sea or mountains near Cebu, a good cup of coffee. This cultivates contentment and perspective. Personalize it. Your morning routine should fit your life. Some might prefer quiet meditation, others journaling, others simply mental reflection during their commute. Experiment and find what feels sustainable and meaningful. The key is consistency. Midday maneuvers, Stoicism on the go. Stoicism isn't just for quiet mornings and evenings. Its real test is in the heat of daily life. Throughout the day, aim to keep your principles active. 1. The power of the pause. This is perhaps the single most useful technique. When you feel a strong emotion arising, anger, anxiety, frustration, or face an unexpected challenge, consciously pause before reacting. Take a deep breath. This creates a crucial space between stimulus and response, allowing reason to intervene. 2. Apply the dichotomy filter. In challenging moments, quickly ask yourself the core question: what aspects of this situation are truly within my control? What aspects are not? Immediately shift your focus and energy towards what is up to you, typically your judgment and your next action. Let go of mentally fighting what you can't change. 3. Examine impressions on the fly, GH7. When you notice distressing thoughts, "Oh, this is terrible. I can't handle this. Actually, they're doing this deliberately," practice cognitive distancing. Recognize it as a thought. Label it worrying, judging. Briefly question its validity. Is this really a disaster or just inconvenient? Don't let unexamined impressions hijack your emotional state. 4. Virtue check-ins. Periodically, perhaps during transitions between tasks, during a commute, briefly ask yourself, how am I doing with my intentions? Am I acting in accordance with wisdom, justice, courage, temperance right now? This quick self-assessment helps keep you aligned. 5. Reframe challenges as training. When unexpected difficulties arise, a technical glitch, a sudden change of plans, a demanding request, try to instantly reframe it through the lens of Amor Fati, Ch6, and virtue, Ch8. An opportunity to practice patience / problem solving / resilience / courage. See it as a chance to strengthen your emotional armor rather than just an annoyance. 6. Mindful moments. Perspective shifts. Take micro breaks, even 30 seconds, to simply be present, notice your breath, or mentally practice the view from above, Ch5. Briefly zoom out from your immediate situation to regain perspective, especially when feeling overwhelmed or stressed. These aren't meant to be burdensome additions to your day, but rather quick mental maneuvers, readily available tools to deploy as needed, helping you navigate events with greater calm and rationality. The evening review. Consolidating wisdom. Just as important as preparing for the day is reflecting upon it. An evening routine helps consolidate lessons learned, reinforces accountability to your principles, and allows you to end the day with a clear mind. This practice was highly recommended by Stoics like Seneca and Epictetus. Key elements could include 1. Reviewing the day's events. Mentally or in writing, go back through the significant events of the day. Don't just replay them. Analyze them through a Stoic lens. 2. The Stoic Journal. Highly recommended. This is arguably the most powerful tool for integrating Stoicism. Dedicate a notebook specifically for this practice. Each evening, ask yourself variations of these questions, inspired by Epictetus and Seneca. What did I do poorly today? Where did I fall short of virtue? Be specific and honest, but avoid harsh self-flagellation. Focus on identifying flawed judgment or uncontrolled impulse. For example, I reacted angrily when criticized because I judged the criticism as an attack on my worth. What did I do well today? Where did I act virtuously? Acknowledge your successes, however small. Recognize when you successfully applied a Stoic principle. This reinforces positive habits. For example, I remained calm during the traffic jam by focusing on my breathing and accepting the delay. What actions did I omit? Where could I have acted more virtuously? Were there opportunities for kindness, courage, or diligence that you missed? How did I handle external events? Did I correctly apply the dichotomy of control? Did I practice acceptance or Amor Fati toward things outside my control? What can I learn from today to apply tomorrow? Extract specific lessons or reminders. What am I grateful for today? End on a note of gratitude. This journaling process isn't about guilt. It's about objective self-assessment for the purpose of improvement. It makes your progress and setbacks visible. 3. Reading Stoic texts. Spend 5 and 15 minutes reading a passage from one of the key Stoic authors, Marcus Aurelius' Meditations, Epictetus's Discourses or Enchiridion, Seneca's Letters or Essays. This provides direct inspiration, reinforces principles, and often offers timely wisdom relevant to your day's experiences. 4. Planning briefly for tomorrow. Based on your review, perhaps note one key intention or lesson to focus on tomorrow. 5. Letting go. Consciously release the worries and frustrations of the day, especially those concerning things outside your control. Prepare your mind for restful sleep, trusting that you have done your best to balance the books for the day, finding support, resources, and community. While Stoicism is largely an internal practice, engaging with resources and potentially a community can be immensely helpful. Primary texts. Make reading the original Stoics a regular habit. Their wisdom is timeless. Start with Marcus Aurelius' Meditations for personal reflections, Epictetus' Enchiridion for practical rules, and Seneca's Letters from a Stoic for eloquent advice on various life issues. Choose reliable translations. Modern resources. Many excellent modern books, websites, podcasts, and apps explain Stoicism clearly and offer practical guidance. For example, works by Donald Robertson, Massimo Pigliucci, Ryan Holiday, William B. Irvine, websites like Modern Stoicism. Community optional. Connecting with others who are also practicing Stoicism can provide support, accountability, and shared learning. Look for online forums, like the Stoicism subreddit, or potentially local Stoic meetups, sometimes called Stoa chapters. Sharing challenges and insights can be very encouraging. Conclusion: weaving Stoicism into your life. Integrating Stoicism into your life isn't about adding a burdensome list of chores. It's about weaving a new way of thinking, judging, and responding into the existing fabric of your days. Establishing simple morning and evening routines provides the structure, while practicing mindful awareness and applying key principles throughout the day brings the philosophy to life. Be patient and persistent. Start small, perhaps, with just 1 or 2 practices, and gradually build from there. Experiment to find what resonates and what is sustainable for you. Remember the Stoic emphasis on progress, not perfection. Every time you pause before reacting, question a negative thought, focus on your virtue, or accept what you cannot change, you are strengthening your emotional armor. Consistent daily practice, even in small increments, is the forge where lasting resilience, tranquility, and wisdom are truly built. With these practical routines established, we turn finally to reflecting on the larger picture. What does it mean to live a truly flourishing Stoic life, day in and day out for the long haul? Chapter 12. Beyond Armor Living, a Flourishing Stoic Life. Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius, Meditations 10.16. True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future, not to amuse ourselves with either hopes or fears, but to rest satisfied with what we have, which is sufficient, for he that is so wants nothing. The greatest blessings of mankind are within us and within our reach. A wise man is content with his lot, whatever it may be, without wishing for what he has not. Seneca on the Happy Life, adapted. We stand now at the culmination of our journey together through the principles and practices of Stoicism, aimed at forging robust emotional armor. We began by understanding the nature of this armor, not as a rigid wall shutting out feeling, but as a flexible, intelligent resilience built from understanding, perspective, rational response, and inner calm, Chapter 1. We delved into the Stoic view of emotions, recognizing them as products of our judgments, Chapter 2, and grasped the master key, the Dichotomy of Control, focusing only on what is truly up to us, Chapter 3. We then explored the practical toolkit, preparing for adversity through negative visualization, Chapter 4. Gaining perspective with the view from above, Chapter 5. Cultivating radical acceptance via Amor Fati, Chapter 6, and creating mental space through cognitive distancing, Chapter 7. We identified virtue, wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance as our ultimate goal, and the sole true good, Chapter 8. Applied these principles to the challenging social world, Chapter 9. Understood how these practices synergistically build resilience, Chapter 10. And finally, laid out a blueprint for integrating them into a sustainable daily routine, Chapter 11. Throughout this journey, the metaphor of emotional armor has served us well, emphasizing the protective, resilience-building aspects of Stoicism. But as we conclude, it's crucial to look beyond mere defense. The ultimate aim of Stoicism is not just to withstand the hardships of life, but to flourish within it. It's not simply about building an impenetrable fortress to hide behind, but about cultivating the inner character and wisdom needed to live an excellent, meaningful, and deeply satisfying human life, the state the Greeks called eudaimonia, regardless of external circumstances. This final chapter looks beyond the armor towards this ultimate goal, living a truly flourishing Stoic life, from withstanding to flourishing. The techniques we've learned are indeed powerful shields against the arrows of misfortune and the turmoil, uncontrolled passions. They protect our inner peace, reduce suffering, and allow us to navigate difficulties with greater equanimity. But Stoicism offers more than just coping mechanisms. It's a positive, life-affirming philosophy that provides a blueprint for achieving the highest human potential. The armor is necessary, especially in the initial stages of practice, as we learn to manage disruptive emotions and challenge ingrained negative thought patterns. But as our practice deepens, the focus shifts. It moves from primarily defending against negative states to proactively cultivating positive ones, not fleeting pleasures, but the enduring well-being that arises from living rationally and virtuously. The goal isn't to retreat into an inner citadel detached from the world, but to engage with the world fully, actively, and excellently from a foundation of inner strength and clarity. Flourishing isn't about avoiding life's storms, but learning to navigate them with skill, purpose, and even a certain kind of joy. The hallmarks of the flourishing life, eudaimonia. What does this flourishing life look like through the Stoic lens? It's characterized by several interconnected qualities. 1. Inner tranquility, apatheia, ataraxia. This is the bedrock. A deep-seated calm and freedom from the disturbance of irrational passions, fear, excessive desire, consuming grief, disruptive anger. It's not the coldness of modern apathy, but a warm, rational equanimity, the ability to face pleasant and unpleasant events alike without being thrown off balance. It arises from correct judgments about good and evil, acceptance of what we cannot control, and mastery over our impulses. 2. Applied wisdom, phronesis. Living thoughtfully and intentionally, consistently applying reason to understand the world, make sound judgments, solve problems effectively, and discern the virtuous course of action in all situations. It's practical wisdom in action, guiding our choices and shaping our character. 3. Virtuous character, arete. This is the core. The flourishing individual consistently embodies the 4 cardinal virtues: making wise judgments, wisdom; treating others fairly and contributing positively, justice; facing challenges with rational courage and integrity, courage; and mastering desires and impulses with self-control, temperance. Their satisfaction comes primarily from being this kind of person and acting accordingly. 4. Radical acceptance, Amor Fati. A fundamental alignment with reality, welcoming all experiences, including hardships, as necessary parts of life and opportunities to practice virtue. There is no mental energy wasted arguing with what is. Instead, there is an embrace of the present moment and the entirety of one's fate. 5. Purposeful action. Living with a clear sense of purpose derived not from external achievements, but from the intrinsic value of striving for virtue and living in accordance with reason. Actions are undertaken deliberately, guided by principle, contributing to a meaningful existence. 6. Cosmopolitan connection, justice. A profound sense of kinship with all humanity and a feeling of responsibility towards the common good. Recognizing oneself as a citizen of the world, acting with fairness, kindness, and social responsibility becomes a natural expression of one's rational and social nature. 7. Authentic resilience. Not just the ability to endure, but the capacity to learn from adversity, maintain inner stability through challenges, and consistently return to virtuous action. Setbacks are met with grace and used as fuel for growth. No, these are not separate achievements, but interwoven aspects of a life lived in accordance with our highest rational and social nature. This is the state of eudaimonia, not a destination reached, but a way of being and acting in the world. The path is the goal, embracing the lifelong journey, ascesis. It is crucial, especially as we conclude, to reiterate that achieving this ideal state of flourishing, becoming a perfect Stoic sage, is exceptionally rare, perhaps even impossible. The Stoics themselves viewed the sage as a theoretical ideal, a North Star to navigate by, rather than a realistic destination for most. The true goal is the journey itself. The value lies in the consistent effort, the daily practice, ascesis, the striving towards virtue and wisdom. A flourishing life, in practical terms, is a life dedicated to this ongoing process of self-improvement, self-awareness, and virtuous action. Therefore, embrace imperfection. Expect setbacks. You will occasionally get angry, feel anxious, make poor judgments, or fail to live up to your principles. This doesn't mean you failed at Stoicism. It means you are human and still learning. Practice self-compassion, justice to yourself. When you falter, treat yourself with the same understanding and fairness you strive to offer others. Avoid harsh self-criticism. Analyze the lapse objectively, as recommended in the evening review, learn the lesson, and gently recommit to the path. Focus on progress, not perfection. Celebrate small victories. Acknowledge gradual improvements in your responses and mindset. The direction of travel matters more than the speed or reaching an imaginary finish line. Stay curious and keep learning. Continue reading the Stoics, engaging with modern resources, reflecting on your experiences, and refining your understanding and practice. The pursuit of wisdom is lifelong. The striving itself, the conscious engagement in this process of becoming a better, wiser, more resilient human being, is the flourishing life in action. Finding joy in the journey. Chara. A common misconception paints Stoicism as a grim, joyless philosophy focused solely on enduring hardship. This couldn't be further from the truth. While Stoics caution against chasing fleeting external pleasures, hedon, they deeply valued a specific kind of joy, chara. This isn't, the giddy excitement of external success or sensory indulgence. Stoic joy is a deep, stable, rational elation that arises from living virtuously. The inherent satisfaction and clear conscience that come from knowing you are striving to act rightly in accordance with your values and reason. Appreciating reality, Amor Fati. Finding a sense of wonder and acceptance in the nature of existence, the intricate workings of the cosmos, or simply the way things are, and your place within it. Rational understanding, the pleasure derived from clarity of thought, understanding complex truths, and seeing the world through the lens of reason. Connection with others, the fulfillment that comes from acting justly and kindly, contributing to the well-being of fellow rational being. This kind of joy isn't dependent on external circumstances. It emanates from within, from the quality of one's character and perspective. It is the calm contentment of a mind aligned with nature and virtue, a state far more durable and meaningful than the temporary highs offered by external pursuits. A flourishing Stoic life is not devoid of joy. It is grounded in the most reliable and profound source of it, the outward turn, contribution as flourishing. Finally, a flourishing Stoic life is not solely an internal affair. Because justice is a cardinal virtue and humans are social beings, living excellently inevitably involves contributing to the common good. Our inner work, cultivating wisdom, courage, temperance, and tranquility, equips us to be more effective, compassionate, and responsible members of our families, communities, and the world. Improved relationships. By managing our own emotions, understanding others' perspectives, and communicating rationally, we foster healthier, more harmonious relationships. Effective action. Inner calm and clear judgment allow us to act more effectively and ethically in our work and civic life. Positive influence. By embodying virtue, we can inspire and positively influence those around us, contributing to a more rational and just society. The Stoic path leads not to self-absorbed isolation, but to responsible, engaged citizenship of the world. Finding purpose in serving others, in fulfilling our social duties virtuously, is an integral part of eudaimonia, Our personal flourishing and the flourishing of the community are deeply intertwined. Your life, your practice, the way forward. You now possess the core principles and the practical toolkit of Stoicism, designed to help you build emotional armor and, ultimately, live a flourishing life. The concepts are laid out. The path forward involves translating this knowledge into consistent action. Remember, start where you are. Begin with the practices that resonate most or address your biggest challenges. Be consistent. Small, daily efforts are more effective than sporadic grand gestures. Establish routines. Be patient. Real change takes time and persistent effort. Don't get discouraged by slow progress or setbacks. Be experimental. Find the specific techniques and routines that work best for your personality and lifestyle. Focus on the process. The journey of striving for virtue is the reward. The Stoic path is not about eliminating difficulty from life. That is impossible. It is about transforming our relationship to difficulty and, indeed, to all of life. It's about discovering the profound freedom, resilience, and peace that come from mastering our inner world, aligning ourselves with reality, and dedicating ourselves to living with wisdom, justice, courage, and temperance. This journey promises not an easy life, but a life of meaning, integrity, and unshakable strength. It offers the tools to forge not just emotional armor, but a flourishing existence. The blueprints are in your hands. The construction begins now and continues every day, with every conscious breath, every examined judgment, every virtuous choice. Embrace the practice. Live your philosophy. How long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself? Epictetus, Anchoridion 51.